I opened a travel agency in the world of cultivation. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. The competition is over. 2 in 1. On the last day, Yang Zhao collected all the little beam people in the garrison and calculated the money with Lin Su, agreeing to settle the bill together when they returned to Linjing. Knowing that Yang Zhao and his men were about to return, Guo Fu minimum Qiang discussed with her and hoped that she would bring some people into the crossing ship. Guo Fu Min Qiang, we want to send a new group of people up this time. Yang Zhao, new people. I have limited books and contracts, and Yang Zhao Prefecture School is too eye-catching this time. I didn't plan to bring Xiao Dao people up again. Yang Zhao, do you have any important reasons? Guo Fu Min Qiang, there are indeed some important reasons. According to our calculations, if there is no accident, you will not touch the crossing ship again in a short time. Yang Zhao, yes, I want to stay for a while. Is your goal the crossing ship? Guo Fu Min Qiang, yes, we want to know what the fuel of the crossing ship is. This time we specially invited experts in this field. Yang Zhao, fuel. Guo Fu Min Qiang, yes, the most bottleneck restricting our interstellar travel is fuel. This aspect touched Yang Zhao's blind spot in knowledge. After Guo Fu Min Qiang explained it to her, she understood. It turns out that the current space fuel is fossil fuel. For example, a rocket needs to carry 90% of its weight fuel plus oxidizer and eject all of this fuel during the flight so that the remaining 10% of the mass can exceed the first cosmic speed. The waste of energy is painful to think about. The nuclear fuel and electric fuel that are being researched now are all for the purpose of escaping the Earth's gravity. However, their use in space is not as effective as fossil fuels. To put it simply, the reaction force of nuclear fuel is too small to be used for deceleration in space. It is difficult for the spacecraft built now to change direction and accelerate freely in space like a car. If humans want to truly navigate freely in space, what they need most now is to develop new fuels and new engine systems. Guo Fu Min Qiang, but the acceleration and parking of the crossing boundary flying boat are very sensitive. This is a rare opportunity to contact it. We are eager to take a look. Yang Zhao, but you all know that I can't lead them to the power room. They can only take a look at the appearance during the handover. Guo Fu Min Qiang, don't worry, we comrades will not cause you any trouble. If there is really trouble, you can take pictures back to them at any time. Yang Zhao, is the newcomer my fan? Don't worry, I won't be able to recruit him when the time comes. Guo Fu Min Qiang, don't worry, your videos are now our daily must-watch content, and we watch them as TV series. Love you. Looking at the emoticons that suddenly appeared, Yang Zhao always felt that the other end of Guo Fu Min Qiang's account seemed to have changed. In the end, she decided on 10 people. Guo Fu Min Qiang didn't bargain anymore and agreed directly. Yang Zhao worked hard in the dormitory with a Dao card and finally led the consciousness of the 10 people to the brand new traction beams in his hand. She took a beam and ran around the garrison. With the price of 20 taels of silver, she successfully dispersed the traction beams. When she came back, she moved the plant that the Sujin clan giant and stage parasite had from the planting field. Finally, Yao Guangshu notified everyone to gather together on the messenger magic weapon, and more than 100 students from the entire Yang Zhao Prefecture School lined up again to embark on the journey home. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Zhao directly stuffed the plant into his Qiangkan bag. But the Qiangkan bag is not suitable for the survival of organisms. This move also caused the plant that Yang Zhao possessed to be dying when he released the giant on stage. The journey back was exactly the opposite of the way it came, but this time they got off the spaceship and stepped directly onto the teleportation array to go back, leaving them no time to go shopping. And the little bean man asked Yang Zhao to take it back when they got off the ship for the second time. After arriving in Linjing through the teleportation array, the familiar scene of thousands of people lying on the ground appeared again in the entire square. Even if everyone was prepared, they could not escape this embarrassing scene. Fortunately, the teachers of each prefectural school were well prepared and did not let them die for too long. Afterwards, the teachers of each prefectural school led the students back to the guild hall to rest for a few days. Yang Zhao also stayed in a hotel near the guild hall so that he could be closer to the guild hall and contact Zhang Yan and others conveniently. The next day after returning, Lin Sishang and Yao Guangshu came to Yang Zhao with silver and borrowed some Xiaoda and chefs from her. After the comprehensive results come out in a few days, we will hold a banquet at Yang Zhao Prefecture School. The dishes of these Xiaoda are very novel, just right for our teachers and elders to taste them. If you have nothing to do that day, please take the time to come. Yang Zhao accepted the silver and nodded to agree to it. The rest of the ranking and official appointment had nothing to do with Yang Zhao. She quietly waited for the banquet of Yang Zhao Prefecture School. 2 days before the banquet, Liu Shao borrowed 50 Xiaoda from him as chefs. We have to let them get familiar with the ingredients of Li Jing first, so that they won't be unable to use them when the time comes. Later, Yang Zhao found out why Yang Zhao Prefecture School had a banquet. Because this time Yang Zhao Prefecture School ranked a record high in the competition, 3rd place. It is said that someone above had already informed them of this result, and Yang Zhao Prefecture School would have a small celebration in Lijiang, and after returning to Yang Zhao Prefecture School, they would have a big celebration. Yao Guangshu and Lin Sishang were awarded with a 1-level promotion to officialdom because they still had to take orders in the prefectural school. In other words, their starting point for entering the officialdom was 1 level higher than others. Originally, they should have been rewarded with an official position, but because of the special situation of Yang Zhao Prefecture School this time, 2 people received the reward, and the reward was a little diluted. But even so, Yao Guangshu and the others were very happy. The smug look on Liu Shao's face had never faded since he entered the room. Only 3 official positions were awarded in this competition. Although we don't have any official positions here at Yang Zhao Prefecture School, we are almost as glorious as them. Just after Liu Shao left the invitation, Zhang Yan came over again, saying that he was here to borrow Xiaodao people. We are the 1st place at Chanzhou Prefecture School, and they are celebrating for the 3rd place at Yang Zhao Prefecture School. Naturally, we can't be underestimated. Yang Zhao was amazed at this ranking order, because in the last few days of the competition at Chanzhou Prefecture School, 8 foundation building cultivators came to the garrison of Yang Zhao Prefecture School. In the absence of 8 foundation building main forces, they can still sit firmly in the 1st place. This comprehensive strength is really amazing. Don't worry about your formation plate. I have already found the people. The teacher of our prefecture school will personally take over this matter. This surprised Yang Zhao. Then should I be more attentive? Hehe, no need. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. Our master said that this is to repay your favor. The 8 of us have gained a lot from entering the Sujin Pagoda this time. The master dislikes the 8 of us for being impolite, so he took over this matter personally. If you add silver, it will be a bit insulting to our master. Our master's refining skills are among the best in Shanzhou. You can use it with confidence. If there is any problem, just bring this array plate to us. Ah, I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist Zhang. Otherwise, how would your master know about this little thing of mine? Yang Zhao said, and began to take out silver from his arms. This remaining silver is for you. If there are any materials missing, just come to me, and I will go out to buy them. Looking at the mountain of silver on the table, Zhang Yan was a little puzzled. Since you have so much silver, why don't you exchange it for some gold to make it easier to carry? Yang Zhao smiled embarrassedly. I forgot. I have a Kyankan bag. There is no difference between gold and silver. Of course, the most important thing is that Guofu minimum Kyang is now paying silver. The ratio of gold to silver here is 1 to 10. On Earth, the ratio is 80 to 90 times. Yang Zhao has a lot of cash flow now. If he doesn't go to the silver shop to exchange for gold, he is afraid of being noticed by someone with ulterior motives and causing unnecessary trouble. This excessive amount of silver has been noticed by others since ancient times. It is a wise saying that wealth should not be exposed in unfamiliar places. Zhang Yan left with the silver and the little bean man. Yang Zhao summed up the matter and took the video he just recorded to Guo Fu Minimum Kiang for reimbursement. Guo Fu Min Kiang, Comrade Yang, you really gave us a big surprise without saying anything. Guo Fu Min Kiang, did Master Ziran say how many disciples he would accept? Yang Zhao, no, I mean to bring a few hundred first for them to choose, and then bring a few hundred more after a few days. Yang Zhao, we must let seniors understand what it means to drive a single sheep or a flock of sheep. Yang Zhao, she still has the thinking of the ancients. Even recognizing words has become a requirement. We have no way to test her aptitude for practicing Taoism, so we must surprise her with her cultural level. Yang Zhao, we must give full play to the advantages of our basic education level and let seniors feel what a high quality apprentice is. It would be best if she would not want to let go of anyone. Guo Fu Min Kiang, okay. Don't worry, we have excellent talents with both good character and good conduct here. I will let them all take in the ancient Taoist scriptures and so on. Yang Zhao, then give me a copy of the study list you collected. I will put it in my video and see if there are any fans of mine who are destined to be with Brother Z. Guo Fu Min Kiang hesitated for a while, but finally agreed and sent the list of books. Guo Fu Min Kiang, many of the books in this list are rare books. We will put them in the Zuxi Kiango app so that the public can find the originals and avoid misreading fakes. This is indeed a good idea. Yang Zhao is thinking about whether to make a Zuxan app, but by then this app may not be available on the existing mobile phone platform. In order to keep it confidential, it is estimated that a batch of specific mobile phones will have to be produced to use this app. Chapter 277, Apology, 2-in-1. On the day of the banquet, Yang Zhao took the invitation and went to the guild hall on time. As soon as she entered, she was led to Mr. Li by a sharp-eyed student. Yang Zhao is here, follow me. Mr. Li led her to a room with a smile. This time you killed a tentacle of the heart-eating beast alone in the competition. According to Luoyuan's regulations, there is a separate reward. I have taken the reward back 2 days ago, and it is waiting for you. He took out a small box from his sleeve and placed it in front of Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao picked up the box and found a blue-gray stone inside. What is this? 1000-year cake, a specialty of Luoyuan. Although it is called cake, it cannot be eaten. This thing is used to lay the foundation for Luoyuan's planting land. Just this small piece can allow a garrison to open another layer of planting land. Yang Zhao picked up the blue-gray stone and looked around. Why is this thing a reward? This should be distributed uniformly with military supplies. Yes, but the environment in Luoyuan is bitter and cold, and the production of this 1000-year-old cake is not much. It is good enough for each garrison to have 2 or 3 layers of planting land to maintain basic survival needs. One more planting land can allow the soldiers in the garrison to grow some vegetables they like to eat. Mr. Li summoned a teapot, put a water ball in it to heat it up, and poured a cup for Yang Zhao. Thank you for the tea, sir. Yang Zhao took the teacup with both hands and thanked him. This thing seems to be of no use to me. How can it be useless? This thing can grow plants in a place as bitter and cold as Luoyuan, not to mention the rich land. With this thing, you can buy a piece of land to plant some simple spiritual plants. Even if you don't want to sell it, someone will want it for 1002 taels of silver. Yang Zhao looked at the inconspicuous stone in his hand, his eyes shining. Sir, do you know how to use this 1000-year cake? I haven't paid much attention to it. If you want to use it yourself, you should find those cultivators who are proficient in spiritual plants. Mr. Li took a sip of tea and raised his cup to signal Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao also took a sip, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth, and the taste was sweet. This time, some students from our Yang Zhao Prefecture school took advantage of you and entered the Sujin Pagoda. Afterwards, they all told me that they gained a lot. Mr. Li took out something from his sleeve and put it in front of Yang Zhao. We, as teachers, can't be stingy. This messenger magic weapon is for you. Although this thing is not valuable, I will let you join Zuanru Tower, hoping to help you in your future path. Yang Zhao took the messenger magic weapon and asked curiously, Zuanru Tower, what is this place? This is not a place. This is a cultivation and question solving organization directly established by the court. Seniors will regularly publish their cultivation insights, and some people will publish some paid tasks in it. Mr. Lee also took out his own messenger magic weapon. Hurry up and use your own magic power to activate it, because you need my face-to-face recommendation before you can enter. Thank you, sir. Yang Zhao's cheeks flushed with excitement. She picked up the messenger magic weapon and used her own magic power to activate it. Then she found Zhuanru Tower inside and wanted to go in to take a look. Sure enough, a reminder to ask her for a recommender appeared in the air. Mr. Lee opened his messenger magic weapon, attached his messenger magic weapon to the messenger magic weapon in Yang Zhao's hand, and then spoke softly. Guide, I'm Li Changli, the scholar of Yang Zhao Prefecture. Yang Zhao, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Young man Yang Zhao. A fairy sound rang out from the messenger magic weapon, and then Zhuanru Tower was officially opened to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao happily browsed the contents inside and couldn't take her eyes away for a long time. Mr. Lee coughed twice, attracting her attention. In Zhuanru Tower, honesty comes first. There is a special patrol team inside. If you are seen to be dishonest in sending false information or cheating on tasks, you can be kicked out. Then you can forget about coming back. Yang Zhao's mouth was still open for a long time. When he heard Mr. Lee's instructions, he smiled and agreed. Sir, don't worry, I will definitely be careful. Okay, the banquet has started. Let's go out first. Zhuanru Tower will wait for you to go back. Mr. Lee put away his teacup and stood up. No matter how anxious Yang Zhao was, he honestly put away the 1000-year-old cake and the messenger magic weapon, and followed him to the banquet. The sun was shining in Lighting today. Although the weather was cold, Yang Zhao Guild Hall was as warm as spring under the blessing of the formation. The tables of banquets were placed on the martial arts field of the guild hall. In addition to students like Lin Zishang and Yao Guangshu, the people who attended the banquet were the teachers of Yang Zhao Prefecture School. There were several unfamiliar elderly people. According to Liu Shao, they were the Imperial School inspectors. After the inspectors made some polite remarks, the gentleman announced the start of the meal. Hey, fellow Daoist Yang, what good things did Mr. Lee give you? Liu Shao, who was sitting next to Yang Zhao, had a gossipy expression on his face. Mr. Lee said he wanted to thank you on our behalf. He must have given us good things. Why not take them out to open our eyes? Yang Zhao pretended not to hear what he said, picked up a piece of food, and stuffed it into his mouth, ignoring him. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table was a little awkward. When they first entered Luoyuan, the two had a conflict, but because of the competition, she couldn't pursue it too much. Since the competition was over, she could express her thoughts that she didn't want to have a close relationship with him. Everyone present was a smart person, and Liu Shao was no exception. When he said it for the second time and Yang Zhao still ignored him, he understood the crux of the matter. In the past, if Yang Zhao had humiliated them like this, the students of Yang Zhao Prefecture School would have stood on Liu Shao's side. But after the competition, they had a very good impression of Yang Zhao, so they were too embarrassed to stand up and take sides this time. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng, who was sitting next to him, stood up and raised his glass. Dao Yang, I was rude a few days ago. Today, I apologize to you in front of everyone. As he said that, he drank the wine in the glass. Yang Zhao also picked up his glass and drank a glass of wine. Dao Lin, what are you talking about? We are friends after fighting, and we will be friends in the future. Good job, senior brother Lin. Dao Yang, you are generous. Listening to the praise from his deskmate, Liu Shao's cheeks gradually turned red, but he still felt awkward and couldn't open his mouth. The person sitting next to him nudged him with his elbow and whispered something in his ear. This time, Liu Shao stood up and raised his glass. Fellow Daoist Yang, you know I have a bad mouth. Those words I said a few days ago were really unpleasant and insulted your character. Today I will punish myself by drinking 3 glasses of wine to apologize to you. He was also very happy. He raised his hand and tilted his head back and drank 3 glasses of wine in a row. Since he had shown enough attitude, Yang Zhao was embarrassed to leave him alone like this. What are you talking about, fellow Daoist Liu? We have a life and death friendship in the competition. Those things are over. Yang Zhao also tilted his head back and drank a glass of wine, which was considered to be over. Fellow Daoist Yang, you are still magnanimous. If he had been gossiping about me like this, I would have beaten him up behind his back a long time ago. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Liu knows his mistakes and can correct them. He has also made great progress. This matter is over. The others praised both sides one after another, and the atmosphere at the table became lively again. Fellow Daoist Yang, can you tell me what good things Mr. Li gave you this time? Yang Zhao took out the messenger magic weapon. It's nothing. Mr. Li introduced me to Zuanru Tower. What? Mr. Li spent a lot of money. Fellow Daoist Yang, you have encountered such a good thing. You have to drink a few more cups, otherwise we won't do it. That's right. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be generous for once. Ahem. Mr. Li's table is right next to us. Speak softly. The people at the table were laughing and making noises, and Yang Zhao finally understood why they all said that Mr. Li was generous. It turned out that each teacher of the prefectural school only had 3 opportunities to introduce foreign monks to Zuanru Tower every year. This resulted in this opportunity being worth 1,000 gold in the market and still out of stock. And these prefectural students, once they were admitted to the prefectural school, would watch the contents of the school step by step under the supervision of the teachers. Some of the insights of the predecessors are not applicable to people like us. Fellow Daoist Yang, you should also pay attention to these things. Yang Zhao nodded gratefully, raised his glass, and toasted the student. Thank you for your advice, fellow Taoist. She didn't let her mouth relax for a long time. She even accepted the wine from those who had been to Sujin Pagoda. When the banquet was over, her face was flushed, and she felt like she had a double vision when she looked at everyone. Seeing this, Lin Sishang volunteered to help her back to the room and the inn. You should take a nap. I'm leaving. Yang Zhao waved his hand drunkenly. Lin Barbie, bye. Lin Sishang had a lot of questions in her mind. What is Barbie? What is Baby? Seeing Yang Zhao's drunken appearance, she didn't hope to close the door and leave. Seeing that the people had left, Yang Zhao took out the messenger from his arms and kissed him twice happily. Haha, it's a good thing that King Kong Barbie didn't snatch you away. Little beauty, you are so beautiful. As she said that, she couldn't help but kiss him twice, and then she fell asleep drunkenly. She slept soundly, as if she wanted to sleep out all the fatigue from the competition. When she opened her eyes, it was already bright outside. Yang Zhao felt dry in the mouth, so he summoned a big water ball and gulped it down before he recovered. When she woke up, she saw her clothes that smelt like pickled mustard greens. She was disgusted and wanted to take off her clothes and wash herself. Hey, I'm still in the room. Yang Zhao was startled by the sudden voice and turned around to see the pot of grass he had placed on the table. How could she forget about this giant unstage cultivator from the Sujin clan? It seems that, no matter where the wine is, it's a bit intoxicating. She took the small flower pot out and found a waiter to ask him to fertilize and water the pot of grass. Although the waiter was a little puzzled, he agreed to it straightforwardly while holding the pot in his arms, seeing the dozens of coins Yang Zhao stuffed into his hand. Please rest assured, guest, I will definitely take good care of it. Yang Zhao asked for another bucket of bath water, washed her whole body carefully, changed into new clothes, looked at the pale sunlight outside, and felt hungry. After eating a large table of food, Yang Zhao went out to buy something to charge the messenger magic weapon. The operation of this thing depends on specific spiritual energy, and ordinary cultivators cannot replenish it with spiritual energy. She went to several shops and bought a palm-sized square charging table. The formation inside the charging table can be turned into a half-meter square when used. Put the charging table in the house. It can collect free spiritual energy in the air every day and convert these spiritual energy into spiritual energy that can be used by the messenger magic weapon and store it. When using it, just put the messenger magic weapon here. Without the energy crisis, Yang Zhao was relieved and boldly studied the messenger magic weapon in his hand. This magic weapon is similar to Yang Zhao's mobile phone, but its screen is floating in the air. In addition to being able to transmit sound thousands of miles away, it can also send some messages. Yang Zhao had studied this thing thoroughly during the competition, and now he was focusing on studying the Zhuanru Tower among the magic weapons for sending messages. Chapter 278, General History, 2-in-1. Zhuanru Tower is divided into several sections. The first is the Imperial Decree, among which the news of the competition is ranked first. The unprecedented third place of Yang Zhao Prefecture School was reported in a large-scale article, and even the first place of Chanzhou Prefecture School became a foil. Yao Guangshu and Lin Zishang were praised, saying that they were humble and united in everything. One of them was the champion in name, and the other was the champion in reality, but they trusted and relied on each other during the competition, and there was no conflict. The second is the experience of cultivation. There are many big figures who are at the top, with red marks all over their bodies, and there are also many who practice key and build foundations, but some of them want money. The third is the strange stories of various places, such as new and old relics, local wonders and specialties, and aristocratic families. The fourth is miscellaneous items. Some are looking for purchases, some are selling things, some are issuing tasks, and even some are looking for teachers and accepting disciples. But all the miscellaneous items are listed in the form of individuals, and there are no legitimate businesses on it. Maybe the legitimate businesses don't allow you to stay, and you can't even see the advertisements. The overall content highlights a formality, and the authenticity and validity of the information is guaranteed, based on the credit of the court. Yang Zhao may have stayed in the house for 3 or 4 days without going anywhere. He just read a lot of strange news from various places, wanting to understand the current situation of cultivation here. For example, he first knew that the land under his feet was actually a huge turtle. It is said that since ancient times, this world has been a place of 4 wars. The wars have been going on all year round, and various natural and man-made disasters have continued, making the creatures living here miserable. Finally one day, several gods fought with each other, and the largest piece of land on this planet was affected by the war of gods, and fell into a super large-scale volcanic eruption, which has lasted for thousands of years, and has not stopped. It is known in history as the Tongming Mountain Dark Rock Incident. This incident did not bring any good results to the gods of several parties. The lightest ones were seriously injured, the better ones fell directly, and the worse ones were eaten alive by the enemy gods. This world has achieved a slight victory by relying on the tough folk customs of the 4 warring lands since ancient times, and temporarily drove the invaders out of this world. At the same time, the obsessions of hundreds of millions of damaged creatures have become the heavenly rules of this world. In this world, gods are not allowed to participate in wars. The volcanic area that Yang Zhao went to with the black-clad beauty of Junzhao Lake was a corner of this volcanic eruption. This incident brought a devastating blow to the ecosystem of the entire planet. Various creatures lost their reproductive places, which is why Junzhao Lake is so popular. In order to protect the creatures here, a seriously injured god at that time felt the suffering of all living beings. He directly gave up his own spiritual wisdom and sacrificed his spiritual wisdom in exchange for a body that was hundreds of millions of times larger than his original body to carry the creatures on land. This god is the god of the earth, Zhang Shenjun. The living body of the god is the greatest and longest nourishment for life. This also led to the fact that the continent under Yang Zhao's feet is alive, and it will swim in the sea to find food with the changes in seasonal ocean currents. The self-built house of the old shark surnamed Qin can be attached to this continent to swim together. But he himself has no intelligence, only biological instincts. When he encounters attacks from other creatures, he doesn't feel anything. If they are too small, he will fight back if he feels pain. But if he moves too big, the creatures on his back can't stand it. Even the sea creatures close to him can't stand his big moves. But Zhang Shenjun's body has become a god, and his body is a great tonic for many creatures, so many people who don't want to think about it will want to test it to see if they can take advantage. This also leads to the need for a large number of people to protect this continent. Like the dragon in her hand, Yushin, because he is an outsider cultivator and has few resources for cultivation, he couldn't resist the temptation a few years ago in order to break through the realm and wanted to secretly bite twice and was seriously injured by General Liu Zengxia. Next, he was skinned and fleshed by Luo Yehei clan to make a dragon spear. There are countless people who want to eat a bite of meat. There are rumors everywhere in the sea that eating a bite of meat will make you a god. I'm just unlucky and was caught by Liu Zengxia. They are bullying me, a foreign cultivator without a backer. Seeing his indignation, Yang Zhao felt that this dragon was not very smart. This thing is equivalent to a life raft for all land creatures and is the cornerstone of their survival. The most important thing is that this cornerstone is not as good as the native continent. This cornerstone will turn against you and you will die if you are not careful. Unless you don't want to be seen by others, touching this thing is like looking for death. Yang Zhao was curious. Did you take a bite or two? No. Then didn't you think that if you succeeded, the Zerang god would feel pain and turn over or something? Yu Shan was indignant. I'm no more than a bud to him. Yang Zhao found that this person's 3 views were not correct and he should be wary of him from now on. Shaking his head, Yang Zhao put his energy into the messenger magic weapon again. At the time of the disaster, other people were not idle either. 5 gods nailed themselves directly to the 4 corners in the center of the continent, using their own divine power to suppress the restlessness of the earth, prevent the spread of volcanic dust, and affect the creatures in the sea, the air, and other small lands. These 5 are collectively called the 5 gods of Tangming Mountain. At that time, the cultivators of the immortal sects searched for the remaining creatures in the volcanic spread area, whether it was plants, fish, insects, or demons and monsters. They helped to evacuate without any prejudice. On the one hand, they contacted the sea tribes and other land creatures that were the least damaged at that time and reached a permanent peace and hand-in-hand contract with them to ensure that this world was not invaded by foreign races when it was most vulnerable. On the basis of the permanent peace contract, they abolished the sects and formed a joint court to better distribute the resources of cultivation. They changed the previous strategy of recruiting disciples from the elite and recruited students from the civilians to supplement the fresh blood of the cultivation world. On the other hand, they formed a huge army of cultivators guarding Zerang Shenzhen for thousands of years. At the same time, the army was sent to build formations along the lava flooding area to relieve the pressure of the 5 gods of Tangming Mountain. The formation consumables used to block a continent are too many in order to avoid exhausting the pond. The bitter and cold mineral planet like Luoyuan became their target for competition and development. This history made Yang Zhao feel very moved, which was more fascinating than any novel or gossip. Just when she was reading and didn't know what day it was, Zhang Yan came over with a big black panther. Friend Yang, look who I brought. Brother Leopard. Ah, your wounds are healed. Yang Zhao stood in front of the big black panther with joy and stretched out his hand to touch its satin-like hair. The big black panther wrinkled his nose and dodged in disgust. Zhang Yan, who was standing next to him, saw the interaction between the two of them and laughed. It's almost recovered now. We are going back to Chansao, so we'll bring it to see you. Yang Zhao happily invited the man in the leopard into the house and asked the waiter to serve the best raw meat and tea. After the food was served, the man in the leopard chatted for a while, and Zhang Yan took out a black wooden sign and the traction beans he borrowed last time and handed them to Yang Zhao. Your array plate has been refined. This is a token, but the array plate is relatively large and not easy to carry with you. When you find a place to put the array plate, our Chansao Prefecture Society will send someone to teach you how to place and collect the array plate in detail. Yang Zhao happily took the wooden sign and looked at it carefully in his hand and asked curiously, can't this array plate be put in the Kyankan bag? That requires a large Kyankan bag. The one my uncle gave you can't fit in it. Yang Zhao understood in his heart that Zhang Yan didn't know her current situation, but it was good for someone to teach her how to collect and put the array plate. This thing definitely can't be placed directly in the yard where he rented. It's better to return to Kangcheng and put it under the nose of Master Shen Ruoyu. She took out the messenger magic weapon and the two added each other's contact methods. I will contact you when I find a good place and I will trouble you then. Actually, I have always been curious about why you want this thing. Zhang Yan smiled. This thing is useless unless it touches the Sujin Pagoda. Yang Zhao laughed foolishly twice and Zhang Yan knew what she meant. He didn't ask any more questions. He waited for the big leopard to finish eating the big bowl of raw meat, and then he took the leopard and said goodbye. It wasn't until the big leopard walked away that Yang Zhao pulled out his eyes and returned to the house. Alas, brother leopard is really stingy. I haven't seen you for so many days. What's wrong with letting me touch it? I'm afraid that you will touch my hair off. A thin voice came from the windowsill, and Yang Zhao glanced at the giant and period who was staying on the grass with a bad temper. With your personality, why do you want to live on plants? Shouldn't you live on animals? This guy's really a chatterbox, always wanting to talk to people. The pot of grass stretched out its branches and leaves freely. It's because I've been parasitic on plants for too long that I like to talk so much. It turned out that this guy was very angry. When will you change a big pot for me? This pot is too small. It hinders the extension of my roots. There is no big pot. You are here as a smuggler. Why don't you honestly reduce the attention on yourself, but must you focus all the attention on others? This guy is a giant and sage of the Sujin clan, and appeared on the battlefield of Guoluan. Yang Zhao was afraid that this thing would be noticed by others, and reported to the local court, to sentence her to the crime of treason. Then she would have no place to escape. Why are you so timid? Parasitism is a natural instinct for our Sujin clan, and now I'm just a soul parasite without a physical body, so it is even less likely to be discovered. Xiaokeo's delicate tone was filled with disdain for Yang Zhao. There are countless flowers and plants in this world of cultivation that can talk. Who would stare at you every day? Besides, I have never revealed my abnormality in front of outsiders. Chapter 279, Miscellaneous. After packing up the things in his hands, Yang Zhao grabbed the giant in grass. Then bear with it for a while. I'll put you in my kayankan bag and take you back to my rented house. Can't you be nicer to me? Yes, I used to have a grudge against you, but since I'm so cute, can you pity me a little? The grass tried hard to shake its leaves, making a gesture of unwillingness to cooperate. You have a cute head, and besides, can you not be so childish as a giantan? Yang Zhao ignored the struggle of the grass and stuffed it into his kayankan bag. You are so hesitant. After checking out of the room and leaving the inn, she identified the direction to find Shen Sishan. Shen Sishan still had a group of little bean dolls in his hand to discuss the details of the transaction with him, and the transaction of goods between the two parties must go through Yang Zhao. When Yang Zhao went over, she didn't see Shen Sishan, and a little maid came out to receive her. Please forgive me, Miss Yang. Our master has returned to Leiyuan Prefecture on official business and is not in Linjing at the moment. Yang Zhao was not very interested in Shen Sishan's whereabouts. He was a free man who could go wherever he wanted. What about the Kyanji beans I deposited here? The little maid replied. The Kyanji beans went with our master. This news made Yang Zhao a little confused. What happened? Did those little bean people go to Leiyuan Prefecture for an inspection? Yang Zhao silently complained in his heart and reached out to take out a fan from his arms. This fan was lent to me by your master. Can I return it to you now? The little girl took a glance and determined that the fan was a common item used by her master. Miss Yang, we servants cannot accept this thing. You should give it to our master when you meet him. Yang Zhao looked at the fan in his hand and then looked at the determined expression of the little girl and could only put it back into his arms. Then do you know how to contact your master? The little girl shook her head and said, I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Yang. I'm just a servant in the mansion. I can't make the decision on such things. Yang Zhao nodded and returned to the small courtyard he rented. At this time, the courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow without anyone taking care of it. Yang Zhao summoned a strong wind to lift the snow in the courtyard to the corner of the wall, waiting for it to melt slowly. The room was as cold as a cellar. She tidied it up, sat on the bed, took out her mobile phone, and started to contact Guo Fumin Qiang. Yang Zhao, I went to find Shen Sishan today. His maid said that he took the little bean man back to Leiyuan Mansion. Guo Fumin Qiang, they went there a few days ago, but we didn't tell you, because you were in the competition. Guo Fumin Qiang, there was a problem with the transaction between our two sides. It is said that when Shen Sishan reported our cross-border transaction to Linjing, the Lord of Leiyuan Mansion had objections to this matter. Shen Sishan had no choice but to take his people back. Lord of Leiyuan Mansion? This acquaintance. The first contract of Yang Zhao's life was signed under the witness of Lao and Mansion Lord. Yang Zhao, I know, this matter should be my negligence. Yang Zhao introduced the contract she signed with Kangcheng City Lord to Guo Fumin Qiang in detail. Yang Zhao, when signing the contract, it was also a last resort. Now Lao and Mansion Lord should be fighting for this part of the tax silver for this prefecture. Guo Fumin Qiang, I see. We will notify Shen Sishan through the Little Bean people, but you may have to go to Lao and Mansion. Yang Zhao, I know. I will go to visit the Little Bean people in Junzhao Lake tomorrow. These Little Bean people and monks have been in Junzhao Lake for more than a month, and Yang Zhao will feel relieved if he goes to see them. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's been better over there these days. A few days ago, many Little Bean people were accidentally smashed by the big monster. The people here can't get through because the Qianji beans are damaged. Guo Fumin Qiang, but according to the reaction of the masters who came back at night, the monster should be impatient to listen to the scriptures on purpose. Guo Fumin Qiang, the person in charge over there will replenish the Qianji beans from you again. Yang Zhao, are those big monks who can't get through still there? Or have they returned to their original places? Guo Fumin Qiang, how can they bear to go back? They have been waiting for you to come back here. Yang Zhao, then you ask those big monks to get ready. I will call them over now. She took out a blank book contract from her Kyankan bag, took out a pen, wrote the book contract, and signed her name. Then she took the Taoist card from her neck and placed it on the book contract, pinched her hands, and shouted softly. The sky and the earth are boundless, and the world is changing. By the time she put the consciousness of these big monks into her Kyanji beans, the sky outside was gradually getting dark. Yang Zhao put away her phone, and finally took out the little grass golden pill from her Kyankan bag. Quick, quick, save me, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. The thin voice echoed in the empty room, making people feel a little scared. Okay, I'll water and fertilize you. Yang Zhao summoned a water ball and wanted to send it to his pot. Little grass golden pill shook its leaves violently to avoid the water ball and shouted violently, not water, I want air, I want warm air, and I want sunshine. Yang Zhao could only disperse the water ball and summon a fireball hanging beside him. Okay, it's warm now, right? Can't you think of a way? That Kyankan bag is really not a place for grass to stay. You are abusing grass, do you know that? Don't worry, I will definitely behave myself outside from now on, and I won't let anyone find out that I'm abnormal. Don't put me in the Kyankan bag. Listening to Xiaokao Chinden's constant mumbling and looking at its wilted leaves, Yang Zhao also felt that he had gone a little too far. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't dare to report you to the authorities now. As a stowaway, you should be careful. If someone finds out, you and I will be in trouble. Bear with it. It won't be long before I take it out for you. Your situation this time is much better than last time. Chapter 280, Miscellaneous 2 in 1. In the evening, after Xiaokao Chinden's repeated protests, Yang Zhao did not pull it out and put it into the Kyankan bag. Instead, she found an inconspicuous corner in the house and stuffed it in. She found a familiar restaurant and went out to eat a good meal. After returning, she said hello to Xiaokao Chinden, took the bed and bedding and ran to another distant room. Fortunately, she was the only one living in Yang Zhao's second courtyard, so she would never be short of a room to sleep. She used the dust clearing spell to clean the room, hid in the quilt, pressed the Taoist card on the back of the phone, and started to contact Guo Fuminamum Qiang. Yang Zhao, have you sorted out the list of Taoist classics for enrollment? Guo Fumin Qiang, how can it be so fast? We have already found respected Taoist priests to communicate with and asked them to interpret the Taoist scriptures. Yang Zhao, aren't I just anxious? You have masters to teach you, but my fans don't have such good conditions. They have to learn by themselves, and they are naturally far behind. Yang Zhao, besides, I have to learn something too. I have never learned this since I was a child. Guo Fumin Qiang, you have a lot of things to worry about. Now that you mention it, we can also record a video when the Taoist priests are giving lectures and put it in the Zhuxi Qianguo app. Yang Zhao, then I have to thank you on behalf of my fans. Guo Fumin Qiang, since you are back from Luoyang, can you buy a batch of Kame leaves first? The last batch was used up this month. Guo Fumin Qiang, my door has been blocked for several days. Yang Zhao, I forgot about this. I will ask my guys to take the little bean man to buy around the city tomorrow. When she came back today, she had already removed the door lock. It is estimated that the 3 assistants hired by Yang Zhao should come tomorrow morning. Guo Fumin Qiang, we have been discussing the matter of KMI with Shen Sishan these days, but he has no interest in this business. Yang Zhao, are you still not interested in making money? Guo Fumin Qiang, because the KMI is publicly priced by their government, and their Shen family does not grow KMI. If the two sides trade, the profit is relatively low compared to other commodities. Guo Fumin Qiang, and he once told us clearly that even dealers have quotas for this thing. Besides, this thing is the first step in cultivation, so they are not afraid of losing money. Compared with us foreigners, they are more willing to sell it to their own people. Yang Zhao is not a fool, and Guo Fumin Qiang has already made it clear. Yang Zhao, do you mean to contract or buy a piece of land where KMI can be planted? There are not so many stocks of KMI on the market, which means that it is quite picky about the living environment. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's not land, it's sea. This KMI is a kind of seaweed that grows in shallow seas. You can tell by the shape of its leaves. Guo Fumin Qiang, we do have such plans, but there is no rush. Everything depends on your wishes. Although Yang Zhao has handled many KMI, she is a northerner and has never seen what seaweed looks like in her life, so naturally she doesn't know that this thing actually grows in the sea. Yang Zhao, I'll think about it. Guo Fumin Qiang, when the time comes, all the expenses will be paid by us, whether it's buying land or hiring people. You will hold 30% of the shares of the entire KMI transaction. If there is a loss, it will be ours. Yang Zhao, why are you so generous this time? He was not so generous when he first met. Guo Fumin Qiang, we are familiar with each other now. Besides, because we have achieved some results in recent days, the finance department has increased our budget. So that's it. This means that there is money in hand. Yang Zhao, okay. Please send me a file with the information you got from Shen Sishan. I'll take a look at it myself. Guo Fumin Qiang, okay, wait a moment. Guo Fumin Qiang, special plan for opening veins. PDF. Yang Zhao, I'll take a look when I have time, and I'll reply to you then. Guo Fumin Qiang, don't worry, everything is based on your wishes. Yang Zhao watched the silence over there, glanced at the file in the phone, and put the phone down. She hung the Taoist card around her neck, took out a meridian forging pill from her bosom, and stuffed it into her mouth, summoned a small water ball, and passed it down, sat upright, and used the 3 pure ones and true yang meridians. Because the water ball technique is often used in daily life, she is now particularly good at summoning small water balls. The familiar flame burned in the meridians, and even though she was already very familiar with this pain, she still didn't feel numb. In theory, there is a switch in the brain center that is specifically used to control pain. Once the pain exceeds the human body's tolerance limit, this switch will be activated, and the person will not feel so painful. Unfortunately, since she started practicing, this switch seemed to have been broken by someone, and it has never been turned on in her. She even fainted. The next day, the sky was slightly bright, and Lighting, which had been quiet all night, became noisy again. As soon as Yang Zhao opened the door, he saw his 3 young servants standing outside the door in their big cotton padded jackets. Why didn't you knock when you came? Why are you standing outside in such a cold weather? We just arrived, and we are wearing a lot of clothes, so we are not cold. Yes, since we followed the boss, we have the thickest cotton padded jackets on our bodies. Thanks to the boss, this winter is the warmest since we grew up. That's right, then our parents asked us to work hard for the boss and repay the boss's kindness. The 3 people's mouths were as sweet as honey, and Yang Zhao felt a little embarrassed. Who did you 3 learn to be so sweet this month? A month ago, these three people would blush and be speechless when they met a good-looking maid next to Shen Sishan. How can this be just sweet talk? These are our sincere words. Yang Zhao invited them into the house and summoned a big fireball to heat them in the house. She was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, so the room was a little cold, but she slept comfortably. But these three mortals could not stand the cold. Even though these three people saw Yang Zhao use the methods of a cultivator more than once, every time, they would have a look of yearning in their eyes. Cultivation is the best way for them to achieve class leap. Zhang He cleverly took out a thick little notebook from his arms. "Boss, look at our results this month." As he said this, the other two sisters also took out their thick little notebooks from their arms. "Boss, we didn't cheat this month. We visited a lot of new streets and shops this month." Yang Zhao took all three little notebooks and flipped through them at a glance. Each notebook was densely written with information about each shop, the location of the store, the shopkeepers and clerks, the goods sold in the store, and their prices were all recorded clearly. Yang Zhao looked at them for a while and returned the three small notebooks to them. "This is much better than what you wrote before. It seems that you have done your best this month." Zhang He is quick-witted and is always the first to say compliments. "Thank you for the compliments, boss. If you don't do your best with so much money from the boss, you will become a beast." The two sisters didn't want to be left behind by Zhang He. "That's right, this is what we should do. We don't deserve the compliments from the shopkeeper." Yang Zhao took out the small box that he had prepared long ago from his arms. There were more than 60 beans in it. "Today, each of you will lead more than 20 little bean people to buy open vein leaves." This time, the three of them looked at each other, and Zhang He hesitated and spoke first. "Boss, this may be a bit difficult." Yang Zhao asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zhang He, "Boss, you probably haven't noticed that this vein opening leaf is only sold to people like you who have practiced. People like us won't sell it, even if we bring silver to small people. Is this true?" Yang Zhao had never noticed this situation. After all, when she bought it for the first time, her veins had already been opened, and her spirit was awakened. "It's my negligence." "Then you can take them to visit the new shop today." "Okay, boss." Yang Zhao summoned more than 60 little bean people, took out their corresponding school bags from his arms, and hung them on their bodies. In addition to the amulet issued by the Lijiang government, there were also 20 taels of silver in one bag. After the three people took the little bean people out, Yang Zhao went to another room to look for the little grass golden pill. "I'm going to Junzhao Lake later. Are you hiding here, or?" The pot of grass and the small pot under her hid in the corner again, looking very resistant. "I won't go into the Kyankan bag. I won't go in. You go quickly. I will definitely stay here quietly. You go quickly." It seems that this person has a psychological shadow. "Then you better hide well. If you are exposed, you will die." As usual, Yang Zhao threatened him a few words and took out a set of hidden magic arrays purchased from Huanglangang Prefecture School from his arms and gave it to Xiaokao Jinden. "Take it. It can still help you. Why do you keep such a thing? That is not presentable. It can be seen that it was made by a novice, and it will make people more suspicious if I use it." Xiaokao Jinden dragged the thing up with his spiritual power and returned it to Yang Zhao with disdain. "You have good attack and defense magic weapons. Why do you have such garbage in your hands? You are quite picky." "Sorry, I have such garbage in my hands." She took it unhappily and put it back in her arms, turned around, closed the door and went out. She flew out of Lijiang and flew into the air and headed straight for Junzhao Lake. Junzhao Lake is still a piece of emerald in the white snow. The trees by the lake were covered with dense icicles. The winter sun made them crystal clear. It looked like a fairy tale. When Yang Zhao arrived, he bowed deeply to the lake. "Senior Fuxin, please forgive me for disturbing you." Then he used his spiritual power to shout loudly, "Is Daoist Shili here?" Yang Zhao is here, to add the traction beans. He shouted 3 times in a row, and circles of light appeared on the lake. Shili came out of the circles of light. "Daoist Yang, long time no see. Please come in." Yang Zhao flew to the lake and entered the circle of light with Shili. "These days, our little master has become more and more active. The traction beans are badly damaged. If you don't come again, I will go find you." As usual, snowflakes were floating in the circle of light. The shallow water was like a mirror. The faint Buddhist sound floated in the entire space, and the golden light emerged like a tide. Yang Zhao saw the giant beast lying in the middle at a glance. His size was really too big and very eye-catching. Next to it were the little bean people who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and chanting Buddhist scriptures. They looked like less than 100 people gathered together. This time I brought all the traction beans. She took out a wooden box from her arms and handed it to Shuli. Shuli opened the defensive formation, summoned the traction beans in the box, and put it into the formation. Yang Zhao looked at the quiet giant beast, a little puzzled by the absence of the little bean people. Don't you have a formation to block it? How could the little bean people be in danger? Shuli smiled bitterly, with a hint of pride. This formation is not soundproof. Sometimes our young master roars a few times, and these traction beans can't stand it. Even if we protect them with our last strength, some of the little bean people are always destroyed by the sound. I see. It seems that your job is also very dangerous. Yang Zhao nodded in understanding. Fortunately, the young master is sensible and will not hurt us, but the traction beans are a little too fragile. Chapter 281, Trust. Yang Zhao was still a little confused when he came out of Junzhao Lake, because there was a huge animal tooth in her Kayankan bag. According to Shuli, the animal tooth was knocked out by the giant beast a few days ago because he was angry. The reason for his temper was also very simple. He had been listening to Buddhist scriptures for more than a month, which made him very irritable, so he knocked out his milk tooth. It is said that when the giant beast saw the milk tooth that was knocked out, he couldn't accept it for a while and cried for a long time. Finally, he wanted to throw this milk tooth like a bomb between the little bean man and the monk. Does this milk tooth have any effect? Of course it does. The little bean man has a weak physical fitness. The huge milk tooth is about the size of a bucket, and it exudes the pressure and bloody smell of the giant beast. This is a long-term pollution source for the little bean man. Finally, Shuli asked the mother of the giant beast, the beautiful woman in black, and she decided to let Shuli keep the milk tooth and give it to the little bean people. Yang Zhao happened to be there today, so the monks asked her to help transport it back. Yang Zhao returned to Lianjing and spent 3 days to run around. He bought all the open-veined leaves he could get and transported them back together with the baby tooth. What the other part he transported was silver. After dealing with these things, Yang Zhao planned to go to Laoan Prefecture to find Shen Sishan. But looking at the 3 young men who reported in every day, Yang Zhao felt helpless. Once he was not in Lianjing, the 3 of them would have to go to check out other places. Yang Zhao thought about it and found that he was reluctant to fire the 3 of them, so he simply paid them another month's salary. Zhang He and the other 3 felt embarrassed looking at the money. Boss, we haven't worked for a few days yet. We feel a little embarrassed to keep taking your money for free. Yang Zhao stuffed the silver in. It's not your fault. I have to leave for something. Your next task is to visit places you haven't been to. Write down all the shops and beautiful scenery and monuments. They will be useful next time. The 3 of them looked at each other and shyly put away the silver. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely do this task for you. Let's leave the small books we wrote in the previous times to you, boss. You can't pay us for our work and not see anything. The 3 of them went home first and then brought more than 10 small books to Yang Zhao. Some people wrote in 3 books and some wrote in 4 books. Although the handwriting was different, the content was very detailed. Yang Zhao put these small books into the Kayankan bag, thinking with mixed feelings. It can be considered that these dozens of taels of silver were not wasted. After solving this matter, Yang Zhao rented a blue gold bird and went to Laoan Prefecture. It was her first time to Laoan Prefecture. Who would have thought that this source mansion was actually located on a mountain? To be precise, it was located halfway up a group of mountains. At the bottom of the mountain is the turbulent river. The Lianfu city is divided into 2 halves by the river. One half is on the hillside on the left side of the river, and the other half is on the hillside on the right side of the river. The 12 bridges across the river connect the 2 sides. The towering mountains around are the walls of this city. The turquoise bird circled in the sky, waiting for Yang Zhao to make a decision. Yang Zhao looked around and felt a little troubled. Then he thought that he could fly, so where could he go? Daoyao, just put me on the left side of the river. The turquoise bird did not delay and took her to the left side of the river. Yang Zhao paid the bill and began to curiously visit this strange city. It stands to reason that there are standards for the construction of cities. For example, the terrain should be relatively flat, the transportation should be convenient, there should be a water source, etc. Yuanfu only meets one of these conditions. There is a water source. The terrain is not flat, there is not enough arable land, so what do the people of the whole city eat? Goods that are not easily accessible will not come in without sufficient benefits, which leads to higher prices in Leiyuan City than in other places. So why was this city built here? Although Yang Zhao was puzzled, she did not stop herself from finding a restaurant with the most traffic to sit down and have a meal. The diet of Leiyuan Prefecture is more about animals and river fish, and even more about various kinds of vegetables. It seems that the people of Leiyuan Prefecture particularly like to eat various vegetables. After Yang Zhao came to this store, half of the menu was full of various kinds of vegetables. Even among the 3 signature dishes, 2 are pure vegetables and 1 is fish. Whether the vegetables are stir-fried or stewed, they are all available, and they are all very expensive. But Yang Zhao is a person who cannot live without meat. Since she started practicing Taoism, she always feels that eating vegetables can't help but feel hungry. The young man who was guarding next to her knew that she was from another place when he heard her accent. Then he strongly recommended the signature dishes of their store to Yang Zhao. Guest, our restaurant's signature dishes are famous throughout the entire Leiyuan Prefecture. Even the Lord of Leiyuan Prefecture has eaten them and praised them highly. Yang Zhao followed suit and ordered all 3 signature dishes. Then, regardless of the indescribable look from the second brother, she ordered a table of meat dishes. When the food was served, Yang Zhao took a bite and then realized what the second brother's look meant. That meant that this guest must be a little stupid. Their vegetables actually contain rich spiritual energy, and they are digestible. It was the first time that Yang Zhao had eaten this kind of vegetable. She finished 2 plates the fastest and asked the second brother for 2 more. In the days that followed, she learned that the reason why Leiyuan Prefecture was located here was because there were many spiritual springs on the mountains on both sides of the shore. Although these spiritual springs have weak spiritual energy, it is very good to develop them to grow some spiritual plants. Therefore, spiritual plants are planted in relatively flat and better places. Most of the tax revenue of Leiyuan Prefecture comes from these spiritual plant transactions. When the remaining corners with less favorable locations were left, the people of Leiyuan Prefecture used them to grow all kinds of vegetables. This led to the fact that the food supply of Leiyuan Prefecture mainly relied on imports from outside. You often see caravans carrying large and small bags of food coming in, and then carrying large and small bags of spiritual plants leaving. After Yang Zhao had eaten and drunk enough, he began to visit Jiangzhou Leiyuan Prefecture. Many of the shops along the street here sell various spiritual plants. In addition to caravans, practitioners are the only ones who go in and out of these shops. The price of spiritual plants is generally not cheap, and ordinary people cannot afford them and do not go into shop. In addition to these spiritual plant shops, the entire streets and alleys of Jiangzhou Leiyuan Prefecture are full of gambling stalls. Often a dealer sets up a small stall, which is filled with all kinds of stone boxes. Yang Zhao counted almost 100 of these stone boxes on each stall. There is a sign next to the stall, which says that 1 or 2 silver coins are opened once, and the highest prize is a certain medium spiritual plant, or a certain high quality spiritual plant. The other boxes were filled with random things, usually unknown grasses, or even rotten vegetable leaves. There was usually a large crowd around each stall, and whether the person participating in the gambling won or not, it would arouse the rich emotions of the people outside. Yang Zhao looked at this pattern and felt familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it for a moment. From the people around her, she knew why this form of gambling was very popular throughout the entire Leiyuan city. At the beginning, it was to attract customers. Gambling is a game of heartbeats. You may buy a spiritual plant worth 100 taels of silver for 1 tael of silver, or you may buy a rotten vegetable leaf that even dogs won't eat for 1 tael of silver. This kind of gambling has always attracted many people to come, which in disguise has driven various local industries. For example, accommodation, such as catering. The public can't control their hands on this kind of entertainment. In order to ensure that this activity can attract more people, Leiden City stipulates that the owner of each stall must register with the government. The proportion of spiritual plants in these hundreds of boxes is clearly stipulated by the government. Those stone boxes were specially made by the government to prevent the various methods of cultivators. The stall owner must clearly write the types and quantities of spiritual plants in the boxes every day on the sign next to his stall to inform everyone. Those who have needs will naturally come around, and those who don't have such needs can go to the next stall. If any stall owner does not abide by the rules, whether it is short of weight or the proportion of spiritual plants is not right, anyone who comes to gamble can take the stall owner to the government, make him pay, and revoke his qualification to operate such a stall. In other words, if you really want this spiritual plant, then spending money to buy all the boxes is also an option. But few people do this. Yang Zhao followed the exclamations and became nervous. But she didn't dare to touch it, because this thing was too addictive. Yang Zhao didn't trust her self-control or her luck. She trusted the silver in her hand more. Chapter 282, Encounter, 2 in 1. Yang Zhao finally found Shen Sishan by following the Little Bean people. At that time, a group of Little Bean people were walking around the street under the guidance of Shen Sishan's maid. When they saw Yang Zhao, who was watching the fun, their eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Comrade Yang, you are here. We missed you so much. Comrade Yang, I thought I was dazzled just now, but it turned out to be you. Hey, Comrade Yang, how come your face is so bald after not seeing you for a month? Yang Zhao touched her eyebrows a little embarrassedly. If the Little Bean people hadn't told her about this, Yang Zhao would have forgotten about it. After all, the three guys under him didn't show any strange expressions when they saw her. The group of Little Bean people ran over and surrounded Yang Zhao, and everyone smiled so hard that their teeth were exposed. Comrade Yang, do you know what kind of life we have been living without you for this month? Faced with this sudden enthusiasm, Yang Zhao was a little at a loss. What happened? Are you being bullied? No, where do you live? Have you rented a house? Yang Zhao shook her head. She had just arrived in Leiden Prefecture today and was still strolling around to see the excitement. She hadn't looked for an inn to stay in, but seeing the reactions of the Little Bean people, she readily found a larger inn to stay in. She sent Shen Sishan's maid away and led the Little Bean people into the guest room. In the guest room, Yang Zhao understood why the Little Bean people were so happy to see her this time. Comrade Yang, you are our supply line. You are the cornerstone of our business activities. Without you we would become orphans in this world. Alas, what you said is so corny, but what Comrade Yang said is reasonable. Without you, we really can't move an inch here. Yang Zhao looked at them yelling around him and asked in confusion. You don't have any money? These Little Bean people were a little shy after hearing this sentence. Comrade Yang, you've seen that a penny can't kill a hero, and we are so weak that we can't be considered heroes. Oh, it's all Leoli's fault. He wanted to buy everything he saw at the beginning. He spent all the silver we had in just 2 days. That's right. As a result, we haven't had a penny in our hands for more than half a month, and we can't afford to buy anything good. Leoli, who was being blamed, was upset when he heard this. He spoke with a northeastern accent. Alas, what qualifications do you have to blame me? We had a meeting when we bought it, and you all raised your hands to agree. Now you're putting the blame on me. It's so unfair. Okay, you're so old, and you're making fun of yourself, Comrade Yang. After a few jokes, the Little Beans began to educate her about the problem she encountered in this cooperation with Shen Sishan. The difficulty this time is that our caravan was registered in Lijiang at the beginning, but Lord Leowen asked to change the registration place of the caravan to Kangcheng on the grounds of the contract you signed before. We are not too familiar with this matter, so we can only wait until you come back from the competition. Yang Zhao frowned when she heard this. She half closed her eyes and thought carefully. But when I signed the contract at the beginning, I only signed the location of the teleportation array. I didn't sign any relevant contracts for trade. The Xiao Dao people looked at each other and were not surprised by this result, because Guo Fuminqiang knew about this matter. Although our transaction volume was not large at the beginning, we can see the future. Lord Leowen's purpose is very simple. He wants to let the tax go to Kangcheng. If the entire transaction is fixed in Kangcheng Leowen Prefecture, it will be of great help to the economic situation of the two places. Yang Zhao understood what they meant, that is, Lord Leowen did it on purpose. What is the attitude of Lianjing? Xianadaran, they said that the caravan was established in Lianjing and has been registered. Naturally, it cannot be changed. The two sides are deadlocked and ask us what we think. The officials of Lianjing are not fools. Who doesn't want a large amount of tax revenue out of thin air? Why should they give it to others with just one sentence? Yang Zhao, what is Shen Sishan's decision? Shen Sishan is a little embarrassed because the Shen family has its roots in Leowen Prefecture. It is not appropriate to offend the Lord of Leowen Prefecture because of this matter, but the Shen family also has business in Lianjing, and it is not easy to offend him. Yang Zhao is self-aware and knows that this problem is not something she can solve. Then why did he ask me to come? This matter is not something that can be resolved by my words. Or, he wants us to pay some money to build relationships. If it is the latter plan, then it is indeed impossible without Yang Zhao. After all, Yang Zhao is in charge of the channel for the circulation of silver. Without her, these Xianadaran are now penniless. The Little Bean people shook their heads. He didn't tell us about this. Since returning to Leowen Prefecture, we have rarely met Shen Sishan, and we don't know what he means. Yang Zhao nodded, and finally the group decided to send two Little Bean people back to contact Shen Sishan. The two sides agreed to meet at a time to discuss this issue. In the evening, Shen Sishan's maid brought the two Little Bean people back with her, and she was holding a small box in her hand. When the box was opened, it was the Kyanji beans that Yang Zhao had left with her a few days ago. This is the Kyanji beans you entrusted to us before the big competition. Our master knew that you were back and specially asked us to send it to you. Yang Zhao took the box. The Kyanji beans in it were the batch that her fans paid for. This batch of fans didn't get the share of boarding the ship. Yang Zhao promised that on the day of the big competition, her three guys would take them out to play for a day. Because the three guys had not practiced, they had no spiritual power and could not use the Kyanji beans, so she entrusted this matter to Shen Sishan's maid. When he opened the box, he saw that there were not a single bean missing. Thank you so much for helping me keep it. Yang Zhao Tang took out 2 silver coins from his sleeve and stuffed them in. After all, this TOEFL test takes a month. The maid accepted the 2 silver coins generously and took out an invitation from her bosom with a smile. My master knew you were coming when he returned home today, so he asked me to send a note to ask if you are free tomorrow. If you are free, please come to Zinayuzaozu tomorrow at noon to chat. Yang Zhao took the note. Go back and tell your master, please rest assured that I will arrive as promised tomorrow. The little maid politely bowed and turned away. Looking at the slender back of the little maid, Yang Zhao thought gossipingly, Shen Sishan must be a heavy face control, and none of the little girls around him are ugly. Each one is beautiful and beautiful in their own way. If these little maids are gathered together and let them fly to the river to record a video, then there must be a place for them in the hot search headlines, right? Maybe the number of fans will exceed 1 million that day. Yang Zhao thought and smiled foolishly, and the little beam people next to him looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with Comrade Yang? I don't know. Did you encounter any good things? I have been chatting with Comrade Yang for an afternoon, and I didn't find anything good. Young people have different perspectives than us. What they see as good may not be seen in our eyes. That's right. My daughter often says that I'm out of date. You should surf the internet more and keep up with the trends of young people. Otherwise, you will be disliked by your children. Yang Zhao came back to her senses and heard a group of little bean people start to discuss raising children. She didn't say anything, but sat quietly beside them, listening with great interest. When it got dark and the little bean people got off work, Yang Zhao took out the small grass golden pill from the Kyankan bag. Don't you want me to live? Look at my leaves, they're dying. It's still a seedling. Can you be nicer to it? What's the point of locking me up for the whole day? Looking at the little grass baring its fangs and claws, Yang Zhao couldn't help rubbing his ears. Keep your voice down. This isn't the inn. There are people coming and going. I don't know if it's soundproof. That's not the reason why you always put me in the Kyankan bag. Otherwise, find me a tough plant, such as animal tendon grass, or be nicer to me. When Yang Zhao heard the name of animal tendon grass, she felt itchy all over. After all, that thing grew all over her body at that time. It was really a terrifying scene. It made her feel cold at the back of her head every time she thought about it. Where can I find animal tendon grass? Don't worry, I will plant the grass you are parasitic on when we get to a safe place. I don't want to carry you around every day. You'd better keep your word. Next time you put me in the Kyankan bag for a long time, be careful that I will burst the Kyankan bag for you. After Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the leaves that were bearing their fangs and claws drooped and fell down. Yang Zhao reached out and pulled at the leaves. The leaves seemed to be frozen by the low temperature. Anyway, the situation was not good. Xiaoqiao moved her leaves away in disgust, humming and ignoring her. Yang Zhao was not annoyed when he saw this situation. He went out to eat and then went back to the house to take a pill and practice. Seeing Yang Zhao shivering in pain, Xiaoqiao looked at him with satisfaction, while secretly complaining in her heart. She is so cruel to herself at such a young age. She is not afraid of developing inner demons. It would be best if she died. Once she dies, my book contract will be naturally resolved. The next day, Yang Zhao brought Xiao Dao rent a Zhao cottage while asking around. Zhao cottage is located on a cliff, and most of the buildings are suspended in the air by wooden and bamboo frames. In the private room, chosen by Shen Sishan, you can see the surging river from the window. If Yang Zhao had not been able to fly for a long time, she would not feel at ease eating here. Senior Shen, I haven't seen you for many days. You are still as elegant as ever. Shen Sishan pointed to a cushion opposite with a folding fan in his hand. Miss Yang, you are too polite. Please take a seat. Chapter 283. How can I pay for this money? 2-in-1. Yang Zhao sat on the futon, took out the fan that Shen Sishan had lent her from her bosom, and respectfully placed it on the small coffee table in front of them. Senior, thank you for your care before, and now I return it to you in its original form. Shen Sishan stuffed the fan in his hand into his sleeve, raised his hand, and the fan on the small table flew into the air and floated into his hand. He opened the fan to check it from front to back. You haven't used this fan before? Yang Zhao smiled awkwardly. No, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I forgot about this fan at that time. The key is that she is not familiar with the power of this fan at all. This fan is someone else's. She can't sacrifice it herself, so naturally she is worried about handing her life to this fan. Fortunately, the competition is really at the level of the prefectural school. Although there were accidents throughout the process, it didn't force her to the point of desperation. But as far as I know, your Yang Zhao prefectural school has encountered big troubles this time. It seems a bit exaggerated. Shen Sishan played with the fan in his hand. But everyone says that you were extremely powerful during the competition, but you were not arrogant or impatient. If you were not a foreign cultivator, you would have been invited back to Yang Zhao by the teachers of Yang Zhao Prefecture School. Yang Zhao shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. I don't deserve the praise from the seniors. After I officially came into contact with the students of the prefectural school this month, I realized my strengths and weaknesses. Shen Sishan shook his fan at her, interrupting Yang Zhao's humble words. You don't have to be so modest. Don't you know that this competition has made you famous among the various prefectural schools? In this competition, there are quite a few foreign foundation building cultivators from various prefectural schools, but only you have squeezed into the top 10 of the combat power list. Many of the top leaders of the prefectural schools have not yet entered. Yang Zhao was stunned when she heard this. She only saw her own points and the points of Yang Zhao Prefecture School. She had only heard the students of Yang Zhao Prefecture School discuss the various lists. By the time the competition was over and the various lists were officially announced, Yang Zhao had already separated from Yang Zhao Prefecture School. Without a source of information, he naturally knew nothing. But then she realized why this situation had occurred. I'm afraid that in the battle power list, the students of Yang Zhao Prefecture School are the top, and the number of people on the list is far greater than that of other prefecture schools. because only Yang Zhao Prefecture School was attacked by the giant unstage cultivators of the Sujin clan, and it fought back successfully. The leaders of other prefecture schools had no place to show their strength in this competition. If a person wants to be famous for his battle power, it depends more on what kind of opponent he defeated. In the European station of World War II, two armies with the same battle power, one defeated the German team and the other defeated the Italian team. The evaluations of the two armies were completely different from those of the outside world. Indeed, this competition did not provide a platform for the leaders of each prefecture school to show their own battle power, causing Yang Zhao Prefecture School to rush to the third place in the overall standings. Shen Sishan looked at Yang Zhao with a joking look. But no matter what, it is a fact that you, an outsider cultivator, have suppressed many of the top students in the prefectures. In the future, there will inevitably be some people who want to seek fame and step on you to raise their own status. This reversal was beyond Yang Zhao's common sense. After all, she had never encountered a situation where she was among the top students in the provincial joint examination and was challenged by other students in the flesh. Is it that serious? No one would do such a boring thing, right? Shen Sishan stopped talking and just smiled. Yang Zhao looked at her expression and there was nothing he didn't understand. It seems that there are really people who want to step on her to get to the top. Yang Zhao felt as if he had eaten a banquet and found that he had food stuck in his teeth after eating. He always had the urge to suck his teeth. Senior, let's talk about the transaction between the two places. I wonder if you have any solution? Shen Sishan's smile faded after asking this question. Do you know how merchants from Leiyuan Prefecture do business? Yang Zhao shook her head. How could she, an outsider, know how locals do business? I'll bet. Shen Sishan glanced at Yang Zhao. According to the rules of Leiyuan Prefecture, all transactions related to Leiyuan Prefecture must pay 30% of the grain as payment. 30%? If calculated this way, it is estimated that very few transactions can make enough profit. There are few transactions in the world that can make a profit of 30%. Is the grain in Leiyuan Prefecture City priced by the government? Shen Sishan nodded slightly. It is cheaper than Lianjing and 15% more expensive than the grain producing areas. Yang Zhao was a little surprised when he heard this. If the merchant did not have the Kyankan bag, then he would be lucky not to lose money on the payment for the 30% of the grain. Is it true that the proportion of grain was not so high at the beginning, but the grain has become less and less in the past 2 years? Shen Sishan looked at Yang Zhao in surprise. Yes, Leiyuan Prefecture City is in trouble. No matter how much grain is transported in, it can't feed the people here. This is of course. History tells us that the increase in grain often cannot improve people's lives, but rather breeds population. The most obvious example is the Qing dynasty. For example, after World War II, with the development of science, the world's food production has increased sharply, and the world's population has also increased sharply along with the food. That is to say, it is impossible for Lord Leiyuan to retreat on this matter. Shen Sishan looked at Yang Zhao with appreciation. As long as he still wants to be the lord, he can't let this matter go. Yang Zhao was also a little surprised at this time. No wonder Lord Leiyuan came so happily when the Fang family in Kangcheng rebelled a few months ago. It is estimated that part of the reason is to deal with the Fang family, and the other part is specifically for her, a little person who has not yet practiced. He wants to nail this teleportation array of chicks and shens out to Kangcheng, and the increase in tax silver in Kangcheng will also benefit its upper level government Leiyuan Prefecture. If you follow Lord Leiyuan's intention and set up the caravan on the side of Guofuminqiang in Kangcheng, then Leiyuan Prefecture City can earn more tax silver in addition to earning food. We are new here. Everything depends on what Senior Shen wants. Shen Sishan closed the fan and tapped his palm. We, the Shen family, will continue to live in Leiyuan Prefecture. We must not offend the lord of the prefecture, even if we offend anyone. Yang Zhao was not surprised by his decision. As the saying goes, a county magistrate is not as good as a current governor. This saying makes sense everywhere. We have no problem. We can do business anywhere. Shen Sishan sneered unhappily. You agreed very readily. Do those little beam people on your side agree with you? What if they are not happy? This is the first economic contact between the two worlds. Whether it is a profit or a loss, it is a profit for Guo Fu Minimum Kiang. Guo Fu Minimum Kiang is most afraid of delaying time, but Yang Zhao is not even afraid of this. Therefore, the tug-of-war between Li Jing and Laoan Prefecture has made Shen Sishan embarrassed. You see, they didn't come with me today, which means that I'm fully responsible. Senior Shen, you also know that I'm the only pawn in Chixin Shen Zhao. I have no say in both Li Jing and Laoan Prefecture. Naturally, you have to take the lead in this matter. This is definitely not an excuse. Shen Sishan looked at Yang Zhao indifferently. Is it okay to do business at a loss? Yang Zhao answered very straightforwardly. It's okay as long as it's not always a loss. The two of them were deadlocked for a while, and Shen Sishan believed her words. Well, you wait for my reply in the next few days. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. This Dinghai pearl is for you, and you don't need to pay for it. Yang Zhao took the Dinghai pearl with surprise, and thanked him repeatedly. Shen Sishan waved his hand indifferently, and said slightly to the outside, Huxin, serve the food. Not long after, the little maid moved in a table first, and then brought the waiters of Xinyu Zhaozu in with food. This meal was the mainstream cuisine of Laoan Prefecture, but this time Yang Zhao could clearly feel that the cooking skills of the chefs at Xinyu Zhaozu were much better than those she had eaten outside. The same dish, the same fish, the taste was so different. It really made the mountain delicacies and river freshness to the extreme. Even without the big meat of beasts, Yang Zhao was satisfied with the meal. While eating, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was still these local monks who would find restaurants, and she could only judge by the flow of people and test the poison one by one. After eating and drinking, Yang Zhao returned to the inn to wait for news from Shen Sishan, and this wait lasted for 5 days. Finally, the news sent by Shen Sishan was that all the goods traded by Shen Sishan from Chixin Shen Zhao would have to pay an additional 3-point tax after trading in Li Jing. Shen Sishan meant that this tax would be borne by both parties. Yang Zhao told Guo Fumin Qiang about this matter, and there was really no objection from the other side. This matter was settled. Next, Shen Sishan took Yang Zhao to visit Laoan Mansion Lord, and the three parties had a friendly exchange. It was mainly the two people who exchanged, and Yang Zhao was responsible for sitting next to them and smiling, nodding from time to time. Laoan Mansion Lord emphasized Yang Zhao's progress in cultivation, and congratulated her on her achievements in the competition. Next, Yang Zhao had nothing to do with revising the transaction details, which was the responsibility of Guo Fuminqiang. When Yang Zhao sent the Little Bean Man for negotiation to Shen Sishan, the Little Bean Man complained to her privately. It's all in vain after a month of grinding, and everything has to start all over again. It's not in vain, at least we got a lot of useful information, and it's estimated that it won't take a few days to reach an agreement this time. I hope so, don't make any trouble. Yang Zhao just listened to these complaints quietly and didn't interrupt. She only collected her toll, and she didn't want to care about anything out of the ordinary. Besides, she didn't know anything about business behavior. After handling this, Yang Zhao left Laoan Prefecture on the same day, found an inn with strange beast feet, and hired a big green-backed fish to take her back to Kangcheng. If she didn't leave, the little grass giant would go crazy. Because Yang Zhao didn't dare to leave it alone in the inn, as long as he left the inn, he had to stuff it into the Kyankan bag he carried with him. After tossing and turning, the little grass had only 2 leaves left, still trembling and supporting. The little grass giant naturally wouldn't do this. Every time, it would jump up and curse, and threaten to blow up Yang Zhao's Kyankan bag. Yang Zhao let him threaten, but he would never leave him alone in the inn. Although I'm responsible for the withering of this little grass, you, a giant unstage cultivator, can't even protect a little grass. This kind of behavior falls on my eyes. It's hard not to suspect whether you did it on purpose. This time, the little grass giant jumped up and pulled out the roots. Although I'm a giant and key cultivator, I have no physical body. I'm just a parasite of my soul. Second, you don't think that my residual soul is separated from me and I'm unharmed, right? Third, this little grass is too ordinary. It doesn't have any extraordinary abilities. It is too weak. It can't withstand my soul at all. If I were not from the Sujin clan, when I parasitized this little grass, it would have been broken and died. How could it have supported so many days? Anyway, you should quickly change your plant for me. Yang Zhao turned a deaf ear to this matter. She landed at the foot of the Nanshan mountain in Kangcheng. She walked up the mountain to the ruins of Yunayang Temple. She walked to the place where Shenroi was buried and bowed respectfully. Is the master well these days? Yang Zhao is back. After saying this sentence 3 times, Shenroi finally showed up reluctantly. You little girl, why are you back again? Why do you run to my grave every day? Yang Zhao accompanied with a smile. Grandmaster, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. Tell the truth. Shenroi obviously didn't believe her. If you fool me, I will go inside and sleep. Yang Zhao didn't hide it and told Grandmaster Shen everything that happened in the past few days. Look, this is the grass that the main soul of the Sujin clan in the Jiandan period is parasitic on. Shenroi glanced at the quail-like grass Jiandan. That senior Z wants to accept a disciple. Is his soul complete? Yang Zhao blinked. It seems that her Grandmaster's own soul is indeed incomplete. At this moment, she was a little curious. How did Grandmaster Shenroi die? Of course, she didn't dare to ask. Yang Zhao told the story of Ziziran's use of the inner demon to replace the main soul in detail. Shenroi nodded while listening, and admiration flashed on her face. This senior is a man of means. If I have enough time. The rest of the words were left between his lips and teeth, so subtle that outsiders could not hear any words, but the regret in his words was obvious. Then your intention of coming back this time is to live here in Yunayang Temple permanently. Master is wise and saw through my thoughts at once. Since I want to bring people into the Sujin Pagoda, the formation refined by Chansao Prefecture School must be placed in a safe place. Yang Zhao generously admitted his guess. Master, this is the safest place I can find. I want to buy materials and recruit workers in Kangcheng. When the time comes, how can Yunayang Temple be repaired according to Master's wishes? Shenroi nodded. Do you have so much silver? Yang Zhao laughed. This matter benefits the public. How can I pay for it? The silver was naturally paid by Guo Fumin Kayang. Just her promise to bring people into the Sujin Pagoda is worth 1,000 gold. Why do I always like to write long chapters now? Because it is too troublesome to divide the chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Preparing to build Yunayang Temple, 2-in-1. After entrusting the Xiaokao Jiandan to Shenroi, Yang Zhao went down the mountain to Kangcheng. She took the token given by Lord Leon and visited Lord Zeng of Kangcheng. Lord Zeng had obviously received the news from Lord Leon and was very happy to receive Yang Zhao. He also said that he would reduce the tax by half within a year. This is really a big loss. Yang Zhao thanked him repeatedly and said that he will build Yunayang Temple. Do you mean that you want to set up the teleportation formation now? You know, half of the Fang family's property is still in the hands of Lord Zeng. Yang Zhao shook his head. I don't have that much money in my hand now. I just want to rebuild Yunayang Temple so that the Chamber of Commerce has a place to stay. Yes, there must be a place to stay. Lord Zeng readily agreed to the plan to rebuild Yunayang Temple. When Yang Zhao came out of the government office, he already had the land deed of Yunayang Temple in his hand. In this land deed, Lord Zeng allocated the entire Nanshan to Yunayang Temple, except that the farmland at the bottom of the mountain cannot be occupied, and farmers are allowed to go up the mountain to collect firewood. The use of the rest of the land is up to Yunayang Temple. With the land deed in hand, Yang Zhao found an inn and asked for a room upstairs. After closing the door, she took out her cell phone, took off the Taoist badge around her neck, and began to contact Guo Fumin Qiang. Guo Fumin Qiang. In other words, the city Lord Zeng not only exempted half of the tax for 1 year as support, but also allocated the entire Nanshan mountain to us free of charge. Yang Zhao, yes, so I have already done the preliminary work for the construction of Yunayang Temple, and the only thing missing is this silver. Guo Fumin Qiang, you are still pretending to be poor with me. Okay, I will report this matter to the higher ups, but how can you repair it alone over there? Guo Fumin Qiang, do you want to summon thousands of little bean people every day to move bricks over there? After all, little bean people are not very useful. It would be good enough if 3 or 4 little bean people can do the work of an adult. Yang Zhao, I don't think this will work. I built Yunnan Temple with the approval of City Lord Zeng. This project is not big or small, but it must benefit the local people. Guo Fumin Qiang, I didn't expect you to think so comprehensively. Okay, in addition to money, what other support do you want? Yang Zhao, of course it's architectural drawings. I can't draw, but I want to build our traditional palaces and temples. Guo Fumin Qiang, do you want ordinary construction or detailed construction? The drawings and efforts of the two are different. Yang Zhao, of course it's more detailed. It will take many years here. Besides, my master Shen is still here. If the construction of Yunnan Temple is sloppy, my master will probably be furious. Guo Fumin Qiang, then you have to wait for me for a day or two. I will find professionals who can build palaces and temples for you. Yang Zhao, okay. Guo Fumin Qiang acted very quickly. One day later, he had found all the relevant personnel. Yang Zhao wrote the contract and sent it over, and the other party sent a large pile of pencils, rulers and large papers. 14 people were originally prepared this time, but 9 of them didn't have enough faith, or they thought Yang Zhao was a liar and didn't believe her at all. Anyway, Yang Zhao only recruited 5 people in the end. This was the first time such an accident happened. Yang Zhao communicated with Guo Fumin Qiang at that time, fearing that something might happen to the 9 people. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's okay, they are fine, it's just that their consciousness didn't get through. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's still too urgent. These 9 people are still doubtful, and may have to wait a few days before they can get through. Yang Zhao, it's okay, 5 people are not a small number, I will take them to do it first. Guo Fumin Qiang, after the drawings are ready, have you thought about how to build it? Yang Zhao, I want to find a contract company and entrust this project to them. It's impossible for you to let me find all these types of work by myself. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's okay as long as you have a bottom line in your mind. We can pay a little more for the construction. Because Kangcheng is too small and there is no department to manage the tourism of people from other worlds, she specially found the City Lord Zeng to find a way for these little beam people to get through. City Lord Zeng was very happy about this matter. Just summon these little beam people to serve you first. I will send someone to Laoan City to get the amulet now. This amulet not only protects the little bean people, but also uses the majesty of the government to deter some scoundrels. Yang Zhao stood up and said goodbye to City Lord Zeng, flew out of the city, and went straight to Nanshan, and scattered the little beam people when he arrived. When these little beam people came over just now, they all looked shocked. Oh my god, no, I really traveled through time. Fuck, why did I become so short? Is the country's technology so advanced now? When did it happen? Did they evolve others without me? Am I the chosen one? Am I Mary Sue or Long Ocean? Where is this? Quietly watching the 5 little bean people jumping around excitedly, Yang Zhao stood by for a while, waiting for them to calm down their excitement. This is Nanshan outside Kangcheng. Yang Zhao spoke to attract the attention of the little bean people. Damn, why is there such a big person next to us? Ah. This is Yang Zhao, the blogger from Yunnan Temple. I watched your short video overnight. Can this really help you cultivate immortality? Master Yang, my name is Wang Xiancheng. Do you think we are extraordinary? So you want to take us as your disciples? His words made all the little beam people shut up and look at Yang Zhao hopefully. You can report to your leaders about cultivating immortality. You came here today to draw for me. Yang Zhao took out a big bag of paper and pen from his Kyankan bag and stuffed it in. Ah, we are the only ones who have come to the world of cultivation. Do we still have to move bricks? If you can't speak, don't speak. Wang Xiancheng covered the little bean people's mouths. Master Yang, do you mean that if we move bricks well, we can ask our superiors to allow us to cultivate immortality? I can only say that you have the opportunity to write this report. Whether you can cultivate immortality is not within my jurisdiction. Yang Zhao continued to push the paper and pen bag in his hand. But doing well will definitely attract the attention of the leaders. The little bean people looked at each other, forced themselves to suppress their curiosity, opened the bag, and began to check. Seeing that there were only simple tools in the bag, they complained one after another. With just these things, we are asked to survey the terrain and draw blueprints. There is not even a total station. Are the conditions so difficult now? Alas, these things are the ones I used when I was a student. Yang Zhao saw that there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, although they complained, they had already consciously started to measure the surroundings. By the time the blueprints were officially released, 8 or 9 days had passed. This speed is already very fast in the field of construction. It is said that these 14 people worked at least 16 hours a day in the past few days just to finalize the blueprints as soon as possible. Yang Zhao took the newly made blueprints and went to Shunking Yang. The little brother Zhang with animal ears in the store actually recognized her. When he saw Yang Zhao come in, he greeted her with a smile. "Ah, but I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been making money recently?" Yang Zhao laughed. "I didn't expect that little brother Zhang still recognized me." "Oh, how could I not recognize you?" Little brother Zhang led Yang Zhao to an empty table and sat down and poured her tea. The chaos in early summer this year was the biggest news in Kangcheng in recent years. "I forgot, but no one can forget you. I wonder what the customer is doing in Shunking Dental Clinic this time." Yang Zhao took out the deed. "I want to rebuild Yunnyang Temple on Nanshan, but I have no one, so I thought of your Shunking Dental Clinic." Little brother Zhang glanced at the deed with shining eyes. "Thank you very much, customer, you thought of us." He turned around and shouted to the counter behind him. Zhao Huang, go find the shopkeeper and tell him that there is a big business waiting for him." The young man responded smartly and ran to the backyard quickly. Brother Zhao stood up and asked Yang Zhao to enter the private room first. Just as the two of them came in, Manager Liu of Shunking Dental Clinic entered the private room. Brother Zhao came to him and muttered for a while. Then he lifted the door curtain and went out. When Manager Liu saw Yang Zhao, he smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. "Miss Yang, I haven't seen you for nearly a year. You are even more charming than before." Yang Zhao felt a little embarrassed when he heard the words, "I don't deserve your praise. Alas, my eyes are the most accurate in judging people. Now I see your posture, Miss Yang. I know that you must have entered the immortal path, right?" He praised Yang Zhao with his mouth, as if it was smeared with honey, and stopped when Brother Zhao brought tea and snacks. The three of them began to talk about business. "Miss Yang, what do you want from us this time?" Yang Zhao took out the land deed again and put it in front of Manager Liu. "City Lord Zheng has given me the land in Nanshan. I want to build the Yunnyang Temple on the mountain, but I can't do it alone, so I thought of you." Manager Liu took the land deed, took out a small iron sheet from his arms, and pressed it on it. The small iron sheet flashed red, and he nodded slightly. Putting down the land deed, he asked Yang Zhao tentatively, "This land deed is real, Miss Yang? Did you come here today to ask us to introduce you to a few more craftsmen? Or do you want to buy some bricks and tiles and ask us to be the middleman?" Yang Zhao shook his head. "I want to entrust the entire construction of Yunnyang Temple to you." "Ah." The kind expression on Manager Liu's face could not be held back for a moment, and he smiled very brightly. "Thank you, Miss Yang, for thinking highly of our Shunking Dental Clinic, but we have never done this kind of business before, and I don't know what Miss Yang's rules are. It's very simple. I pay Shunking Dental Clinic to help me build Yunnyang Temple, and you find someone to build a house for me in Nanshan." Manager Liu, "This is the first time we have encountered this. I wonder how the commission is calculated." Chapter 285. Update is not active. 2-in-1. The design drawings of Yunnyang Temple are relatively simple, without any pavilions or towers. The most important temples do not have any statues or temples, and the main feature is a big character. Compared with the original Yunnyang Temple, the newly designed Taoist temple is more than 3 times larger. These buildings are distributed on the hillside, and two large courtyards are left in the innermost part, one for the shifting array and the other for the array of the Sujin Pagoda. Guo Fumin Qiang wants to arrange the general location of the buildings in a short time, and the rest of the details will be worked out later. Guo Fumin Qiang, we must hurry up, and can't let Taoists wait all the time. Yang Zhao, I understand. Yang Zhao didn't care about these. First, she was the only one eating and sleeping, so one room was enough. Second, she was not the one who paid the money, so she naturally had to give him freedom when facing a big money maker. When manager Liu asked about the commission, Yang Zhao took out the architectural drawings directly. Manager, can you see how much this drawing is estimated to cost? Manager Liu frowned when he saw the drawings. He unfolded the blueprint, looked at it carefully for a while, and began to measure the dimensions. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. The blueprint was marked with dense text introduction. Guo Fumin Qiang was even afraid that their wording was not standard, so he sent the original Chinese blueprint to Yang Zhao to compare the two to see if there were any inaccuracies in the translation. The one in Liu's hand was the simplest outer building drawing, and the main part of the drawing was the courtyard wall. Miss Yang, is this the only drawing? How is it possible? Yang Zhao took out a large stack of drawings from her arms. There were not only detailed topographic maps and building details of Nanshan Mountain, but also drawings of how deep the foundation was. The reason for building such a large building was to provide a resting place for the thousands of little bean people in her hands in the future. They had to plan the place in advance to avoid being at a loss when using it. Miss Yang, even if the drawing you gave me is the simplest one, it covers too large an area. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to complete the construction. Yang Zhao and Guo Fumin Qiang had also discussed this issue. Because Kangcheng is a small city with limited human resources, such a large project would definitely waste a lot of time if there were no special means. Yang Zhao raised his hand and summoned a water ball. How about using the means of cultivation? Shopkeeper Liu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yang Zhao with a hint of respect. Although this small water ball can be summoned by any cultivator, it can only be done after the foundation is established. If it is crushed by her without pinching the fingers or chanting the spell, there is an advantage of doing business with cultivators. That is, they rarely break the contract. Cultivators have to overcome their inner demons, and it is not worth it to affect their cultivation for a small matter. But merchants who do business with cultivators must also be honest and trustworthy, because the lifespan of cultivators is too long and their martial arts value is high. If he realizes that he has been deceived, he can launch a counterattack at any time. The world of cultivation has never lacked geniuses, nor has it lacked hard-working cultivators. Miss Yang, you also know that, as long as we add cultivators, although the time will be much faster, the cost of construction will go up. Shopkeeper Liu put down the blueprint and organized his words in his mind. Our Kangcheng is located in a remote area, and the resources for cultivation are scarce. In addition to the students in the prefecture school, anyone with a little cultivation will go out to explore. This has led to the fact that there are not many people in our city who are proficient in construction. If you really want to hire someone, you have to go outside to hire someone. Yang Zhao nodded in agreement. If we add the means of cultivation, shopkeeper, when can the blueprint in your hand be built at the earliest? Shopkeeper Liu took the blueprint and calculated carefully in his mind for a long time. Half a year. Half a year is not a long time. After all, the scope of the construction is relatively large. But for Yang Zhao, the time is still a bit long. Shopkeeper Liu's eyes can see through the world, and he can see at a glance that she is a little dissatisfied with this time. Miss Yang, you don't know that, even if we use the means of cultivation, the bricks must be fired, and the tiles must be made on the spot. In order to facilitate the work on the top of the mountain, the road must be widened and rebuilt, and the wood must be purchased on the spot. This is when I have enough manpower. Dankang City is small and there are few people. It is winter now, and I can still recruit some people. When the spring breeze comes, the farmers will have to put all their attention on the fields. Even if the city lord values you, he will not let you affect the spring plowing, and it will be difficult to make up for the lack of people. By then, carrying all kinds of bricks and tiles up the mountain every day will be a big project. Yang Zhao nodded silently in her heart while listening to the detailed explanation of Manager Liu. Although she has never built a house herself, she has seen the village building houses for young people. She knows that things are tedious, but she didn't expect it to be so tedious. It seems that the method proposed by Guo Fuminamum Kiang to let the Little Bean people move bricks needs to think about its feasibility. Seeing Yang Zhao nod in agreement with his statement, Manager Liu was happy in his heart. It is more difficult to meet a customer who is easy to talk to than to meet a profitable business. Seeing that shopkeeper Liu was about to go into more details, Yang Zhao waved her hand. Shopkeeper Liu, wait a minute. I don't have much experience with this. I'll find you some responsible people. She summoned the 7 little bean men she had prepared. Among these little bean men, 2 were translators, and Yang Zhao didn't know what the remaining 5 were for. But Guo Fumin Qiang revealed that 2 of them were newly transferred to be responsible for paying. The sudden appearance of a room full of little bean men startled shopkeeper Liu and brother Zhao Zhang. But shopkeeper Liu was knowledgeable, and after the shock, he recognized what they were. He patted Zhao Zhang on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, Zhao Zhang, go find 2 people to move a big table and then serve some tea and snacks and invite the 2 priests Luanli and the accountant Liu and the other 3 to come over. Then he greeted these little bean men very politely. Brother Zhao Zhang moved quickly and soon he and his men finished all these things. The 2 priests Lu, Li and the accountant Liu also entered the room. At first glance, this accountant Liu is a relative of Manager Liu's family. They look like the same person. Manager Liu introduced both parties and then began to explain in detail, based on the drawings, that Lu Gangsheng is very familiar with the labor in Kangcheng. Li Gangsheng is familiar with the prices of various commodities and has a detailed understanding of bricks, tiles, wood, paint, etc. That accountant Liu is the most silent person in the whole room. He did not speak, but just watched the 2 parties talk quietly. Yang Zhao is the second most silent person, because the most detailed work is her knowledge blind spot, and she now plays a role of half a translator. This matter was not discussed for a day. In the evening, Yang Zhao put away the little bean man, and Manager Liu invited her to the restaurant for a meal. Back in the inn, Yang Zhao began to contact Guo Fumin Qiang. Yang Zhao, the plan of the little bean man moving bricks that you mentioned last time seems to be really implemented today. In this matter, Guo Fumin Qiang must have conducted a very detailed assessment, and asking the little bean man to move bricks was not said casually. But Guo Fumin Qiang mentioned it once, and didn't mention it again. Guo Fumin Qiang, you have more than 3,000 people now. A few hundred researchers have to stay here, and the rest can go over there to move bricks. Yang Zhao, okay, then I'll say it in my video account, and see if I can find some people to move bricks. Guo Fumin Qiang, I guess few people are willing to pay money to come and work. Yang Zhao, I intend to select some of my fans to enter Sujin Pagoda, you know this, but I can't let them take advantage of this for nothing. Guo Fumin Qiang, then what do you plan to do? Yang Zhao, it depends on their performance. Those who are active in moving bricks will be brought in. Guo Fumin Qiang, is it so simple to ask? Yang Zhao, it's not simple. After all, you also said that this is a matter of paying us to move bricks. Yang Zhao, have you come up with the list of Taoist classics you have summarized? Give me a copy. Guo Fumin Qiang did not delay and sent the list to Yang Zhao. The next morning, Yang Zhao found the 7 little bean people who discussed matters and gave them to Manager Liu, and then she went directly out of the city to Nanshan. On the Nanshan mountain, she used her mobile phone to take a detailed video of the scenery of the Nanshan mountain. After returning to the inn, she recorded a face-to-face video of herself. She edited the video, added text and posted it on the online platform. The content was roughly the book list recommended by Guo Fuminamum Qiang at the beginning. Please get the books on the list on the Zhuxi Qiang Guo app. There will be teachers to explain them. Please cherish your learning time. Then, the new recruit recruited 300 brick movers, each of whom paid 3,000 yuan for travel expenses, and the link to the tour was posted below the video again. The work system is 4 hours a day, and it lasts about 3 or 4 months. There is no compulsory work. You can do it or not. Those who are interested can directly grab the quota. Seeing that the video was sent successfully, Yang Zhao began to look through the comment area under the previous video. Am I the only one who thinks the blogger has been gone for too long? She has stopped updating again, I found out. It's been more than half a month since her last update. Is she really not afraid of losing fans? Vertical bar vertical bar vertical bar. The blogger is very Buddhist. Other video bloggers would like to update 3 videos a day, but I would be very happy if the video blogger I follow updates 1 video every 3 days. Sweat at. I want to tell you a secret about video traffic. The more you update, the more traffic you will get. Don't you want to become a big V with millions of fans? Anyway, I want to praise the blogger's special effects video. This battle is so real. It seems that this is a level of shooting I did with my mobile phone. The screen will shake, and the angle of view is not good. The main point is reality. Is the above person you? The blogger is an authentic cultivator. This battle must have happened in reality. The blogger above is exaggerating again. Does this big bug exist in the real world? It's obviously a special effect, isn't it? Yes, and the thunder magic that the little sister summoned at that time, it was so fake. It was all black around, and it was obviously recorded in a studio. Summer insects cannot talk about ice, but my little sister is really handsome, and the sense of power from the hammer is simply amazing. My leopard is so pitiful, it bleeds so much at once. I hope this is not real, otherwise I will really report your crew for animal abuse. Report what? Report that big leopard. It's obviously a computer special effect. What? That big leopard is a monster. Okay. Monster. Ever since the blogger's video account started to gain fans, the number of small white fans has increased again. If you didn't say it, I didn't notice that she gained fans. It's really too inconspicuous. If this video was put under any new blogger, it would have been a million level V. I feel sorry. The above person is wrong. If this video is posted under any blogger, that blogger probably won't have much traffic. Pat your head. Kidian started a topic for authors. Why do others have drafts saved, but you don't? Me. Of course it's because I'm lazy. Backquote. Chapter 286. Zilan. At this time, in the Unravel Yang Zhao video account, the comment section had exploded within a few minutes of the new video being released. Wow, what did I see? Is there something wrong with my eyes, or is there something wrong with the brain of this blogger? Spending 3,000 yuan to move bricks for her. This is really the level that even capitalists would cry. I always thought that the experts paid work a few days ago was a joke, but I didn't expect that there would really be a brave man to fulfill this prophecy. This reminds me of my internship in the hospital, but we pay money because the hospital's teaching doctors are our teachers and they have to make PPT lectures, etc. We pay tuition fees. What's this? Backquote. Will there really be people who will pay to move bricks for the other party just to watch a few videos? Shouldn't the most shocking thing be that these 300 places were snapped up the moment they were posted? Don't transfer money to strangers. Don't transfer money to strangers. I say this hundreds of times every day on the internet, but there are still people who are fooled. Good words can't persuade the damn ghost. Oh, that's the person. The quota is charged tenfold. If you have any ideas, please PM me. No cheating, no limit on quantity. The one above is crazy. I really regret not grabbing the quota when it was available. Otherwise, the profit would be tenfold now. I got it. Anyone who got it, can you be my friend? Let's go move bricks together. I don't know if you are a brother or sister, but with these 3,000, why don't you do something else like moving bricks? Can you do such a tiring job? I'll give you 6,000. How about I move bricks for you? Please, asterisk, plus the one above. Your abacus beads are falling on my face through the internet. I also got it. PM me. We can help each other when the time comes. In the old building, Zilan felt her cheeks burning, and there seemed to be buzzing in her ears. She didn't know what she was thinking, but when she saw the link on the new video of blogger Yang Zhao, her fingers were faster than her brain, and she had paid before she could react. After paying, she felt her heart pounding, and her mind went blank. The 3,000 yuan may not be worth much to others, but for a 16-year-old girl who ran away from marriage, she had saved the 3,000 yuan for a whole year. She held the fake mobile phone worth several hundred yuan with trembling hands, looking at the message in the video comment area that charged 10 times the quota, and was unwilling to look away for a long time. Zhilan, it's 7:30, we should go to work, why don't you change your clothes? A little sister in the same room knocked on her bed frame. Zhilan put away her mobile phone, changed her clothes in a daze, and left the room with 3 or 4 little sisters in the same room. The tenfold price difference was churning in Zhilan's head for several days. She would look at the private chat interface of that person for a long time every day, but she didn't type a word. Until one day, a soldier found her and signed a contract. She looked at the red silk on her wrist and couldn't help crying. After that, she came to this new world every night. Zhilan saw with her own eyes how the video blogger Yang Zhao scattered beans to create soldiers, and also saw with her own eyes how she flew in the sky like a bird. She saw Yang Zhao controlling the flames to clear the weeds on the construction site, and the flames burned along a specific road all the way to the foot of the mountain, without any sign of spreading to other places. The wildfire that was originally as fierce as a flood and a beast in her hands was as well behaved and sensible as a tamed cat. There are thousands of little bean people on the whole mountain, and they are mixed with normal humans to move bricks on the mountain. Some little bean people move bricks, some little bean people dig pits, and some shovel snow. Although they are weak and frail, the number of little bean people is large, and they can do a lot of work in a day. Every time they work for 4 hours, they can get a colored wooden stick from their team leader, and they can go to the general team leader to record their work points with the wooden stick. The white wooden stick represents 4 hours, the green wooden stick represents 6 hours, and the red wooden stick represents 8 hours. They can only work for a maximum of 8 hours. The rest of the time can be spent going back, and the Xiao Dao people can go to the city at the foot of the mountain to have a look. But the Xiao Dao people are not allowed to enter the village at the foot of the mountain. Many Xiao Dao people will go to the city to see the new things after work, but Zhilan has only been there once. After get off work from the small restaurant every day, she has to work at least 8 hours in the mountain to earn more work points. Although these work points do not say what rewards can be exchanged, it is indeed recognized by the Xiao Dao people that work points are a good thing. There are many Xiao Dao people who think the same as her. Every time the captain counts the points, he will advise them to take a break. Don't you have a job in real life? If you don't rest well, it will affect your work energy during the day. Every time Zhilan smiles foolishly. When she feels exhausted, what she likes to do most is to go with other Xiao Dao people to find the magician who can cast spells, squat in a place where they will not get in the way, and watch the magical spells in their hands. Whether it is fire or water balls, or various weapons that can grow or shrink, they can cause bursts of exclamations from the Xiao Dao people. After I practice, I also want a sword like that. This is so cool. Then the fire controlling technique is cool. Okay. The roar of a fire dragon. Are you a middle school student or not? You actually use the names of moves from cartoons. So what? When I become a master, you can call me Fire Lord. Hey, Lord. It's good enough that you can summon a fireball and grill skewers. Hey, grilling skewers with the fireball technique is also a good business. I can just set up a stall on the street. I don't even need a stove. I'll be letting down the population of our city if I don't make tens of thousands of dollars a day. Then I'll practice the water bowl technique. When I become a master, I'll go to Dubai to make a fortune. Ah, look in the distance. There's a big fish flying in the sky. This scream attracted the attention of all the little bean people, and they swarmed around with their heads raised. Fuck, it's really a big fish. I saw a live flying fish. This big fish doesn't look like the big fish that appeared in Master Yang's video. Do you think that's the only fish that can fly? Wait until I practice, and I'll be able to get a whole spiritual beast that recognizes its master. Do you think that spiritual beast will be interested in our small bodies? Although I'm short, I'm actually 1.85 meters tall. I don't believe it. Zhilan looked at the big fish swimming in the air with a different look in her eyes. A year ago, when her parents took her to a blind date to exchange marriage for her brother, she knew that if she didn't escape, She would die in the mountains for the rest of her life. For a rural man to marry a wife, he either has a decent job or his family is rich. But his brother has neither of these two things. Their parents forbade him to go out to work on the grounds of old age and illness. Then those who go out to work don't come home year after year. If you go out, I will have raised this son in vain. At my age, I climb mountains and farm every day. If I fall down and die on the mountain one day, can your mother carry me down? The mountain road is steep, and there are always a few unfortunate people who fall down the mountain every year. But in this way, Zillan is the only valuable resource in the family. She cried and made a scene, and even her brother quarreled with her parents because of this matter, but her parents always had reasons to make them give in. Yes, the brother and sister are cowards in front of their parents. She was unwilling, but she knew that no one could help her. Even calling the police would be useless in the mountains, so she could only run. She stole her family's household registration book, holding 50 yuan in her hand, and when her family went to the town to buy her engagement clothes, she sneaked into the township police station to apply for an ID card. It stands to reason that at her age, without the accompaniment of her parents or teachers, the household registration police generally would not issue her an ID card. But the police looked at her tears and still issued it for her. The mailing address of the ID card was written to the township middle school. Just like that, after more than 20 days, when her ID card came down, she once again grabbed the 546 yuan borrowed from her little sister in the village and escaped from the engagement party under the pretext of going to the toilet. When she sat on the bus out of the mountain, Zillan found that someone had stuffed 200 yuan into her pocket. It took more than a year since she ran away. Now she works as a waitress in a small restaurant in the city. Although her salary is less than 1,800 yuan a month and she doesn't even have accommodation, the owner of the restaurant dared to take her in when she was not yet an adult, which was a great favor. One day, when she was making money by watching videos on the software, the video of Yang and Yang Zhao caught her eyes. It only took her 2 months to go from simply watching videos to earn gold coins, to being deeply attracted by this world and deciding to take money out of her own pocket. Now looking at this big fish, she feels that all the grievances she has suffered are not worth mentioning. The world is vast, and one day, she will be able to break free from the shackles of water like this big fish and fly into the sky where birds soar. After a few days, the warm wind blew, and tender green grass sprouts had grown at the foot of the mountain. Many local farmers who moved bricks with them received their wages and started to go down the mountain. Now the main labor force on the mountain has become the Zhao people. It was also at this time that every time the Zhao people went off work, Zillan would see Yang Zhao coming over and practicing martial arts slowly beside their construction site. A Zhao person came over curiously to ask, and Yang Zhao waved his hand and said that this was not martial arts. This is the action of opening the meridians and awakening the spirit. Opening the meridians and awakening the spirit is the first step of a person's cultivation. Without this step, you can't learn the ancient wonders. These words she said quickly spread throughout the construction site on the mountain. The Zhao people who originally wanted to go to the city to play never went down the mountain to play again. Zillan's heart was pounding with joy. This fairy fate is within reach. How can people not be happy? Chapter 287, Brimming. Group leader, I want to become your disciple, who in our group has grabbed a spot in this ticket grab. Let's get in touch and work together. Cheers. Cultivation rookie, a newcomer to the alien world tour is reporting in. Our group leader, I want to become your disciple. Can you tell me what the rules are for newcomers? The little fish who loves plants. I also grabbed a spot this time. Please take care of me in the future. Group leader, I want to become your disciple. The rules for newcomers are to respect each other's traditions and be honest. The first disciple of the immortal cultivator. Why didn't I grab a spot this time? Am I the only African? The little fish who loves plants. Hugs to you. Now the bloggers are releasing more spots each time. You will definitely get one next time if you hurry up. The first disciple of the immortal cultivator. It's just that my major is not suitable. Otherwise I would have to make a crawler software to help me grab tickets. The former king ordered, don't worry, crawler software is not easy to use. Backquote, why? Could it be that at YOU, although I don't know how to make crawler software, I paid someone to make one for me, hoping to grab a ticket for my family. As a result, the crawler software didn't work at all. Oh my god, is this the difference between rich people and poor college students like us? If that's the case, when can I turn from non-European to European? Backquote, I didn't run into you last time, we can use the little bean man to meet in person these 2 times. I may disappoint you. We are in the exam month, and this year we have an additional week of Chinese medicine and acupuncture exams. In the past month or so, I haven't had much energy to come up and move bricks. Oh, it's really a drought or flood. Chengai, you are really unlucky, don't hit me. Stealing the day, why? Asterisk covering mouth and laughing secretly at K Agricultural University, Li Beining was woken up by his classmates in the dormitory. Hurry up and get up, it's going to be late for class. What are you doing in the dormitory all day long? Didn't I tell you, I'm cultivating immortality. One day, I'll get a top-notch demon king and take you to show off together. Li Beining sat up from the bed with a somersault, picked up his toiletries and rushed out. His roommate followed him with toiletries, looking distressed. Hey, you seem to have been stupid from watching videos these 2 days. A new era 5 good youth has fallen to the point of being with the bed. It's really chilling. That's because you have no vision and can't see the true Buddha. In the future, when your father becomes rich, I will never forget your kindness in waking me up. Then dad, you treat me to lunch. Upon hearing this, Li Beining spat out the toothpaste foam in her mouth. Bah, no money. The roommate rinsed his mouth and said, if I don't treat you to a meal, what kind of father do you think I am? If you call me dad, I'll treat you at noon. Okay, dad, bring me a portion of spicy and sour potato shreds. Li Beining called out crisply and successfully got a lunch. These days, except for classes, he seldom left his dormitory. These days, he basically asked his roommates to bring his meals up. He rejected all the club activities in the school just to go to Yunayang Temple to move bricks and earn work points. In the first few days, after he finished 4 hours of work, he asked Zion Wangling and the group leader I want to become their disciple, to go to Kangcheng at the foot of Nanshan Mountain to play together. Kangcheng is not as big as Lijiang, and there are not as many shops as in Lijiang, but this can't stop Li Beining and his friends from visiting. I don't know when Master Yang will let us spend money to buy some local specialties to take back. Li Beining stood on tiptoe, looking at a bunch of people eating at the food stall, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This little bean man is good in every way, except that he is short and can't eat. As long as anyone can come here who doesn't want to buy something to take back. The former king couldn't stand Li Beining's inexperienced look and pulled Li Beining forward. Roll your eyes back, you scared our friends from the other world. Li Beining wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth. I'm so cute, how could I scare people? But why are you in such a hurry to drag us here? The group leader who was walking in front, I want to become a disciple, heard this question and explained. When I was shopping yesterday, I found that some little bean people in the military would go to a shop every day. Among us, you are the best at learning the language of the other world by yourself, so I want to take you to that shop to ask what it does. Li Beining opened his eyes wide with some gossip when he heard this answer. Have you confirmed that those little bean people are from the military? How did you see it? Why can't I see it? The former king rolled his eyes at him and didn't answer the question. Because this question doesn't need to be answered at all. The temperament of those soldiers can't be concealed, even if they change into the shell of little bean people. What's more, blogger Yunayangwan Yang Zhao has released more than 300 places for little bean people 3 times, and now there are at least nearly 4,000 little bean people on Nanshan Mountain. There are more than 3,000 more, which is nearly 10 times the number of fans like them. When I went in yesterday, I found that someone was giving a lecture to them, and the soldiers who were listening to the lecture didn't kick me out. I guess this is what we can listen to, but I didn't learn the alien language well, so I didn't understand what they were saying. In our group, Yuan Xiaoyu who loves plants speak the alien language the best. Of course, I have to bring you two over to try. This made Li Beining scratch his head. I don't know much either. Don't blame me if we are talking at cross purposes. The plant-loving little fish here also nodded shyly following Li Beining's words. Don't worry. If you understand, we will learn it. If you don't understand, we will leave. When the four of them stepped into the shop assistant did not drive them away, but took them to a house. There were nearly 20 little bean people sitting here. They were holding paper and pen, and listening to a little girl's lecture above. The little girl held a silver needle in one hand, and gestured up and down in front. Li Beining listened for a long time, and shook his head regretfully at the former king in them. No, they should be talking about professional knowledge here. Many professions have terms that I have never heard of. I only heard that the person giving the lecture above was called Miss Zhao, and I didn't understand anything else. The plant-loving little fish who had listened carefully for a while also shook his head regretfully. I feel the same as Tao Shinhuari. Without someone to teach us, we probably won't be able to learn these technical terms. But looking at the silver needles in the hands of the little girl in front, it seems that they are used by our Chinese medicine practitioners for acupuncture points. I guess Cheng Yi is more familiar with this thing as a medical student. But Cheng Yi has been studying medicine for the past few days, and has not come to the other world to carry bricks. There was no choice, the four of them left the house again. Just then, they saw a young couple holding a child, and smiling from the room next door. Li Beining saw this situation and speculated curiously. Is this shop for treating children? People who come in and out are holding children, and there are very few adults who come here alone. Then, why are these soldiers here? Li Beining's eyes flickered for a moment. Well, to learn the medical skills of another world, take its essence, discard its dross, and go home to treat diseases and heal people. The four of them were speechless, and could only put the matter aside for the time being. When Yang Zhao began to teach people the soul awakening ceremony on the mountain, Li Beining and the others never went down the mountain again. From then on, except for classes during the day and moving bricks at night, Li Beining devoted all his energy to the soul awakening ceremony. The space in the dormitory was relatively small, so he ran downstairs to practice by himself. Fortunately, although his behavior attracted some curious eyes, he was not particularly weird in college. Only his classmates in the dormitory were a little confused about his change. Aren't we learning Beiduanjin? What are you practicing, Bagwazang? It doesn't look like it. Whenever this happened, Li Beining would say without hesitation, I'm practicing Taoism. This is a cultivation method taught to me by Master Yang. If I learn this well, I can practice Taoism in the future. The other people in the dormitory looked at each other and felt that Li Beining was deceived. They frantically refreshed the screen in their own small group of 3, hesitating whether to tell Li Beining's counselor about his situation. But in the end, this proposal was suppressed. I think we should take him to see a psychiatrist. This will be much more useful than telling the counselor. I remember that Li Beining took leave and went to the hospital twice in the past month or 2. Did he know that there was something wrong with his brain and went to see a doctor? Everyone looked at each other and silently switched to the mobile phone group. When the video account of Yang Zhao of Yunnyang Temple updated the video again, Li Beining found that an illusory Taoist priest appeared on the screen this time. The Taoist priest corrected Yang Zhao's movements and breathing little by little. The Chinese he spoke was a little strange, as if it was a dialect from somewhere. It was at this time that Li Beining realized that what he had practiced at the beginning was a pile of shit, and none of the movements were up to standard. He had never even heard of stepping on the 7 stars and 8 diagrams, or walking with the flow. Li Beining checked the movement analysis in the video frame by frame, and then learned it over and over again by himself following the video. He took out the attitude of the college entrance examination, and studied so hard that he forgot to eat and sleep. As a result, one day after class, the counselor came over and talked to him for a long time. The implication was that even as a boy, he should work hard to protect himself, download an anti-fraud app on his mobile phone, and don't be fooled. You should know that martial arts is not something you can learn by yourself. If you practice it by yourself, you may get injured if you are not careful. Don't just follow others because they do it well in the video. If you get hurt, you'll be the one who suffers. Chapter 288, Eating Dirt. A primary school. We won't have class today. This sentence made the students in the class explode. Oh. Teacher, why don't you play the documentary? Play a movie. Quiet down. Quiet down. The teacher clapped his hands to suppress the students' noise. Today, the teacher will show you a documentary about our past, so that you can see how your grandparents lived at that time. My grandparents only said that they were poor at that time and couldn't eat watermelon. You had to have a fever to eat watermelon before they could eat it. Now they love to eat watermelon. My grandparents said they couldn't eat meat, but they didn't say watermelon. It seemed that they were quite poor at that time. I've seen the cartoon That Rabbit, and it says that they ate leaves. It's not leaves, it's wild vegetables. It's not wild vegetables, it's soil. The teacher put down his self-media equipment. Okay, quiet down. The teacher will show you a documentary. A documentary lasted nearly 30 minutes, and the students in the class were all red in the eyes. The teacher stood on the podium and asked, "Okay, we're finished watching the documentary. I want to ask the students, is this documentary good?" Teacher, I've seen this documentary. It was broadcast on TV a few days ago. Teacher, I've seen it too. I saw it online. It's been played a lot online. I also saw photos of Lu Guangqi in the laboratory this year. And me, I watched it with him on my dad's phone. The teacher asked again, very good. Which person impressed you the most? The students rushed to shout out the names that were on their minds. Lu Guangqi, Zhao Yaonian, Fang Ziwen. Good, all of them are good. The teacher happily pressed his hand. Everyone I know that you may forget these names very quickly, but I hope that the students can know the contributions of these people and know that there are such a group of lovely people in our country who have contributed to us decades ago. I just hope that when you see this incident somewhere else, you can remember them. I won't give you homework today. A child blinked and raised his hand. No, teacher, you should keep it. If you don't, we won't be impressed. No, this is a happy thing. The teacher doesn't want you to connect it to your homework. A certain high school department, a certain class of senior 3. Have you finished reading it? I have a copy of the information for you. The study committee will distribute it. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses looked at the dozens of students under the podium. This is a news hotspot. This kind of news hotspot is most likely to appear in the college entrance examination. It may appear in the papers of liberal arts such as Chinese, politics, and history, or it may appear in the papers of science such as physics and chemistry. You should memorize it well. When the college entrance examination begins this year, this will be a free score. Class of Senior 1 and Senior 2, you still have more than a year before the college entrance examination. This kind of patriotic theme that appeared this year is likely to appear in the college entrance examination questions next year. Remember it well. A certain online platform. I'm too old to watch this. I'm too young to watch it either. Thank you, Mr. Lu, and thank you to all those who sheltered us from the wind and rain. Thank you for your efforts, so that we can stand up straight today. A few years ago, I said I was patriotic, and many people on the internet laughed at me and said I was a little pink. But today I want to tell you that I'm not pink, I'm red. I'm Chinese red. So what if I'm patriotic? The spring breeze was warm, and some tender green grass sprouts had already emerged at the foot of the mountain, but there was still some snow on the mountain. These days, apart from teaching the Little Beam people to raise spirits, Yang Zhao spent the rest of his time in the inn in Kangcheng, refining his sole weapon, the oil lamp. The standard for successful refining is to light the oil lamp. Now this oil lamp only has a dry lampstand, and there is no oil in it. What Yang Zhao has to do is to soak the lampstand from beginning to end with her soul power, and then transform it into the lamp oil in the lampstand according to her own cultivation. This is a slow and polished skill, which requires her patience, and can't be rushed at all. Every day, apart from practicing, he taught Xianadaran, and the days suddenly became peaceful. In his spare time, Yang Zhao asked Jiuo Fumin Qiang about the Dinghe Pearl. Yang Zhao, how is the opening of Lu Lao's meridians and awakening of spirits? Is the Dinghe Pearl useful? Jiuo Fumin Qiang, we sent the pearl to Kerguelen Island a few days ago. It is estimated that Lu Lao will open his meridians and awaken his spirits in the next few days. Yang Zhao, he is so old and ran to the southern hemisphere to be taken away by the roaring west wind. This time, Master Gongsun is unwilling to help. You know, with the help of Master Gongsun, there is an extra layer of protection. Guo Fumin Qiang, it's not Uncle Gongsun's business, it's Elder Lu who insisted. Yang Zhao, why? Do you think Uncle Gongsun is feudal and superstitious? Oh, asterisk asterisk, oh, Guo Fumin Qiang. Elder Lu said that he is the first person in the country to open meridians and awaken spirits at his age, and it has very high research value. Moreover, he has observed young people opening meridians and awakening spirits for more than a month, and he believes in his own family's skills. Yang Zhao, do you also agree with his dangerous choice? Guo Fumin Qiang, we actually don't agree, but Elder Lu is of a high generation and has a long qualification, so his words carry more weight than ours. Yang Zhao, then why not open meridians in China and then go to the southern hemisphere to awaken spirits? Guo Fumin Qiang, because our best meridian opening doctor successfully opened meridians and awakened spirits a few days ago. He will practice there for a few months before coming back. Yang Zhao, okay, you must tell me when you succeed in opening meridians. 2 days later, when Yang Zhao was practicing at night, he discovered that he only had 2 of his meridian refining pills left. She ran around Kangcheng and found no alchemists who specialized in refining pills. After asking, she found out that there were no alchemists who would make pills for individual orders in Kangcheng. Young and capable alchemists have all gone to big cities. Our Kangcheng is too small to keep people. Yang Zhao stuffed a handful of copper coins into the second brother's pocket, then left the city and went to Nanshan to talk to Shen Ruoyu about this. Grandmaster, I've been taking this pill for nearly 3 months. Do I still need to take it? Shen Ruoyu looked at her and said, you haven't formed a golden pill yet. Why don't you take it? Why not? Because it hurts. Of course, Yang Zhao was embarrassed to complain to Shen Ruoyu about this. Grandmaster, I'll leave the Xiao Dao people with you, and I'll go to Linjing. Shen Ruoyu nodded in agreement. Yang Zhao handed the box of Kaianji beans to Shen Ruoyu and told the Xiao Dao people who were working about this. After packing up, he found a food shop in Kangcheng, rented a big fish, and flew directly to Linjing. Chapter 289, Tracking. The spring in Linjing was a little weaker than that in Kangcheng, so Yang Zhao went directly to Xinglao. The waiter in Xinglao knew her and greeted her warmly when he saw her come in. She knew all the tricks of making pills, so she went straight to find Master Zheng Yazang with the waiter. The black-backed kite still looked arrogant, but it had grown a lot bigger, and it was no longer polite like a child, but spoke in the tone of a playboy. Don't worry, pretty girl, just because you are my acquaintance, I will definitely ask my master to add a plug for you and make your pill for you first. Look at my feathers, they are black and shiny. The young man grabbed its mouth skillfully, and regardless of its struggle, he hugged the black-backed kite into his arms. Customer, you don't have to listen to it. Master Zheng has accepted your order. Please come back to pick up the pill in 10 days. Yang Zhao came out with a stiff face and could still faintly hear the sound of the black-backed kite jumping. You silly bird, you have ruined my marriage time and again. I must peck you bald today. Hearing the cries of the black-backed kite, Yang Zhao could not help but quicken her pace and walked out of Xinglao. As she walked, she was puzzled. Even if the black-backed kite was in heat, it should find another black-backed kite. Why would it tease her? Is there no physiological isolation between species in the world of cultivation? Puzzled, she first found a restaurant she had never been to have a meal. After dinner, as night fell, her feet could not help but walk towards a familiar street. This street was inhabited by businessmen with some assets. The storefronts were not big and the yards were not deep. When she arrived in front of Liu Sheng's door, she found that the door had been locked. There was a thick layer of dust on the lock. Yang Zhao gritted her teeth when she saw this scene. Could it be that this person ran away? She walked around the door twice to see if anyone would come. Passers-by looked at her with strange eyes as she wandered in front of the door in a daze. After a while, a team of patrolling soldiers came over. Miss in front, I wonder why you are standing here? Yang Zhao looked around, raised his hand silently, and pointed at his nose. You call me again. The soldiers looked at her with vigilance. Yes, in a while, this residential area will be closed at night. I have lived here for more than 10 years, and I have never seen you. I wonder why you are wandering here. What's the matter? Yang Zhao reacted and realized that it must be her unfamiliar face that aroused the vigilance of the neighbors around. The yard behind belongs to a friend of mine, named Liu Sheng. I just came to Linjing today, and I want to ask her to take me in. The suspicion in the soldier's eyes dissipated a little, and he whispered to the soldiers on his left and right. Then you are late. Liu Sheng left with his family 2 or 3 months ago. I heard that he found a foreign sect to become a disciple and practice. Yang Zhao hurriedly thanked the team of soldiers, took another look at the yard, and turned away. It seems that the idea of beating up Liu Sheng is difficult to achieve. She should have come here after the competition, but she actually forgot about it a few days ago. However, she didn't believe that the two of them would never meet. But as soon as she walked out of the street, she felt that there was someone behind her. Yang Zhao thought about it and felt that this was definitely the trouble caused by Liu Sheng. Or was it that the thief was eyeing her purse? Liu Sheng and his family are all natives of Linjing. What can Yang Zhao, an outsider, do to them? The last time Yang Zhao came over, Liu Sheng was very fearless and didn't look like he was going to move his family away. Yang Zhao stopped 3 or 4 times on the road. The feeling of being followed lingered, but no one came forward to talk to her. It was no use wasting time like this. She could only find the largest inn and live in it. Now she didn't want to go back to the courtyard she rented in Linjing, for fear of implicating Zhang He and the others in this matter. She originally wanted to pay Zhang He and his friends tomorrow, so she collected their records of visiting the streets. Now that this happened, it seems that the payment of Zhang He and his friends will be delayed. She has been practicing in the inn except for eating and drinking. She has been hiding for 4 or 5 days and no one has come to visit her. This posture made Yang Zhao wonder if she was too sensitive in the past few days. Yang Zhao left the inn and started to buy kame leaves all over Linjing. But as soon as she walked out of the inn, the feeling of being followed filled her heart again. It seems that it was not her illusion. She was being followed by someone, and the person who was following her was very patient. Yang Zhao imitated the routine in the TV series and walked into a remote alley, but no one followed her at all. But her feeling of being followed has not disappeared. I don't know which gentleman is looking for me. Please come out and meet me in person. Yang Zhao stood in a remote alley and shouted 3 times. Strangers passing by looked at her strangely, but no one stood up. I'm a foreigner who just came to Linjing. It's impossible for me to have any big grudges with you. If there is anything, we can talk face to face. There's no need to do this secret spying. Still no one showed up, which gave Yang Zhao a headache. It's a pity that she didn't know any anti-tracking techniques, so she couldn't detect it back. Being left behind by such a bug made Yang Zhao feel uncomfortable. After running around Linjing for a day to open veins, she went directly to the Northern Zhao United Chamber of Commerce the next day. Last time, she customized a heart-protecting magic weapon here. This time, she wanted to see if the Northern Zhao United Chamber of Commerce had any anti-detection magic weapons. There was also a young man in this store who knew her and rushed to greet her before others. It's been a while since I last saw you, sir. You look more graceful than before. Yang Zhao didn't take the compliment of the second brother to heart. She came in and expressed her feelings directly. I always feel that someone is following me these days. Do you have any magic weapons that can detect this kind of tracking? The young man was obviously stunned. Guest, have you seen the face of the person following you? Yang Zhao shook his head. If I had seen him, I would have gone straight to him. I haven't even seen his shadow yet, so I can only come to see if there is any magic weapon I can use. The waiter was in a dilemma. That's a bit difficult to deal with. Ordinary magic weapons want to detect the other party, whether it's the appearance, smell or the items on the body. You must know that magic weapons are not omnipotent and cannot detect the other party by your senses. Besides, the person following you may not be a human. Some cultivators will train some small animals such as insects, birds and mice to track people. They are small and flexible, and their eyes are not mixed with other things. They are not easy to be discovered and are very popular with the public. There are also some small mechanical puppets, which are often sent out to track people. This is indeed very much in the world of cultivation. Yang Zhao also knew that her request was a bit excessive, but she had no other choice. Then do you have any insecticide, rat killer medicine, or what kind of mechanical puppets can be used to deal with them? Her conditions made the waiter a little confused. Customer, these things are easy to buy, but are you sure those are the things that are following you? Yang Zhao was not sure. She just wanted to try it out. If she hit it, it would mean she was lucky. If she didn't hit it, it was also expected. There was nothing to be discouraged. It was much better than knowing that someone was following her, but watching and enduring it. Please introduce me to some useful things. This time, the waiter didn't hesitate anymore and directly took Yang Zhao to introduce the useful products. Look at this thing. It's cayenne Xiang. Slightly toxic, harmless to humans, but highly toxic to insects. Just find a place to light it, and all the insects flying within 30 or 40 meters of you will be poisoned. This thing is a lure for small animals. For small animals, it smells delicious. Put it in some corners, and put some poison on it. For example, this stone can increase the vibration of spiritual energy. It is used to track people. The mechanical puppets are generally small in size, and the sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy will damage the formation inside. The waiter introduced several kinds in detail, and Yang Zhao chose 3 of them to buy. Afterwards, she spent money to ask the waiter to issue a small task, which was to send wages to Zhang He and others, and then take back the recorded travel guide in their hands. Yang Zhao took a purse of a little bean man as a token. Zhang He and others were familiar with this thing, and would definitely recognize it. This was just an errand task, not dangerous. The commission for the task was 2 taels of silver, and promised to wait for the result tomorrow. Yang Zhao handed over Zhang He and his team's wages and commissions to the waiter, and turned back to the inn. After returning to the inn, she took the things in her hand, and asked the waiter in the inn if she could use them. The waiter invited the shopkeeper, and the guest shook his head at Yang Zhao. There are all kinds of people living in our inn. Maybe there are people who raise insects, small animals, or mechanical puppets. Your things are indiscriminate attacks, and our inn does not allow the use of these things. Yang Zhao nodded, and put the things away, without making things difficult for the shopkeeper and his team. It was originally her own business. Why should unrelated people be affected? Yang Zhao wondered whether she should find a quiet alley and use all these things. Chapter 290, Help. After thinking about it for a long time in the room of the inn, Yang Zhao still did not act rashly. She took out the messenger magic weapon, and posted the first help post in her life in the miscellaneous items of Zhuanru Tower. The name she gave in Zhuanru Tower was Cultivation Novice. I'm in Lijing, and someone is following me. What should I do? I will give you 100 taels of silver. Cultivation Rookie. I'm a cultivation rookie, a small outsider foundation building cultivator. As the title says, I came to Lijing a few days ago, and felt that I was followed, and was followed for several days. Cultivation Rookie. I didn't find out what the other party was using to monitor me, and I didn't know if I had any grudge against the other party, because I just came to Lijing for a few days, and didn't offend anyone. Cultivation Rookie. I'm living in an inn now, and someone followed me as soon as I left the inn. I originally bought some things like cayenne Xiang, and wanted to test whether there were any insects, rats, mechanisms, puppets or the like, but the innkeeper didn't let me use them in the inn, fearing that it would affect other guests. Cultivation Rookie. I understand what he did. Cultivation Rookie. I have no choice but to ask for help in Zhuanru Tower. If the problem is completely solved, I would like to offer you 100 taels of silver as a thank you. A newcomer asking for help in Zhuanru Tower did not attract much attention. Yang Zhao could only suppress his anxious heart and continue to go out to buy kame leaves. Lijing is very big, and flying is not allowed in the city. Most of the time Yang Zhao spent on the road when buying the open vein leaves. Looking at the open vein leaves in her hand, Yang Zhao thought about the next post, to ask for help on how to plant the open vein leaves. It is not a solution for her to run around the city to collect the open vein leaves every day. She must hand over this job. Wouldn't it be better to keep this time for her own practice? In this way, finding a suitable shallow sea to plant the open vein leaves is a good choice. At that time, she can hire some small fish in the sea as planters. Are Chinese people still afraid of planting things? When she returned to the inn, someone finally responded to your request for help, Zuan Rulao, and finally someone found a newcomer asking for help. Fu Yaojin, this newcomer's name is so special. What is a rookie? Is there such a chicken? Shanghaiang cultivator, are the outer Taoist cultivators so rich now? They spend 100 taels at a time. Hu Yun from Huanggang Prefecture. Now all the cultivators in the foundation building stage have to call themselves Xiaoxiao. So how should we, the students in the key training stage, call ourselves? We Shangjia from Luoyang Prefecture. It is the right choice to be humble when asking for help in Zuanru Tower. If it were not for the fact that the person asking for help is a cultivator in the foundation building stage, I would not dare to speak here, for fear that there is a big boss behind him. It's scary to think about it. Xian from Yang Zhao Prefecture, you need help from your fellow Taoists in Lijiang, but don't worry. Lijiang is a place of all virtues. Anyone who takes action there is provoking the court, so as long as you don't leave Lijiang, you will be in no danger. Mu Fangaiu, the bad thing about us outer Taoist cultivators is that we don't have any teachers or elders, and we don't have a backer. When we encounter problems, we can only find ways to solve them ourselves. Mu Fangaiu, this newbie cultivator at least has money. Although I'm also a foundation building cultivator, I'm a poor guy. When I encounter such things, I usually stay in the city and don't go out. Hu Yun from Huanggang Prefecture School. How about you, newbie cultivator? Go to the prefecture school in Lijiang. There is a period of time every evening for the people of Lijiang to go in and play. Fu Yaojin. How does going to Lijiang Prefecture School solve the problem? Should I ask the newbie cultivator to seek help from the masters of Lijiang Prefecture School? We, the outsiders, shouldn't be able to meet those masters, right? Xian from Yang Zhao Prefecture School. I understand what Brother Hu Yun means. The area of Lijiang Prefecture School is very large and there are many exits. There are also many masters inside. If the newbie cultivator goes in, the people following her will not be able to control external objects to monitor her. Hu Yun from Huanggang Prefecture School. Yes, in order not to lose the person being tracked, the person who is tracking can only go there in physical form. At that time, the rookie cultivator just needs to find an exit as quickly as possible and run out, so that the other party won't have to send people to wait outside every door of the prefectural school. Taoist Shanghaiang. This method is more reliable. If no cultivator from Lijiang accepts this request for help, then friend Hu Yun's suggestion is the best one. Mu Fangaiu. Well, I'm a country boy and I don't understand. Does Lijiang Prefecture School allow outsiders to run around recklessly inside? Taoist Shanghaiang. If it is allowed, the rookie cultivator can escape. If it is not allowed, there will be no loss. If the noise gets bigger and alarms the teachers of Lijiang Prefecture School, it will be a blessing in disguise. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture School. Although this idea is not friendly to our Lijiang Prefecture School, and it may disrupt the campus, this method is indeed feasible. Rookies can refer to it. Mu Fangaiu. Even the students of Lijiang Prefecture School have agreed with this method. You don't have to hesitate, you newbie in cultivation. Fu Yaojin. I learned another trick. It seems that the students of the prefecture school are quick-witted. Hu Yun from Huanggang Prefecture School. It's not that our brains are quick, but we are more familiar with the prefecture school. Fu Yaojin. Are there any students from Lijiang Prefecture School following up on this matter? We want to see it too. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture School. I think you just want to watch the fun. Master King Mu. No, this method is not very good. Are you there, you newbie in cultivation? I'll take the task. Seeing the tone and attitude of Master King Mu's words, many people speculated that this master was a teacher of Lijiang Prefecture School. But Master King Mu did not respond to this matter. There was no serious answer further. Yang Zhao blinked and began to contact Master King Mu. She had just contacted the other party when Master King Mu responded. Cultivation rookie. Hello, Master King Mu. I'm sorry to disturb you this time. Master King Mu, it's no big deal. Are you sure someone is following and spying on you in Lijiang City? Cultivation rookie. I'm sure. Although I'm only a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, my spiritual consciousness has been more sensitive since I started practicing. I'm not lying about this. Master King Mu, then I'll take this order, so you don't have to rush around in Licheng Prefecture School. Cultivation Rookie, thank you senior. Then the two agreed on a time and place to meet tomorrow. Originally, Yang Zhao wanted to invite the King Mu Zenran to meet at his inn, but who knew that King Mu Zenran did not agree to this proposal. King Mu Zenran, the inn owner, had already refused to use Cayenne Kaoxiang at that time, fearing that it would affect other guests. Then I would also affect other guests if I took action in the inn. This made sense. Yang Zhao decided to meet King Mu Zenran tomorrow. Tomorrow is the third update. Don't wait today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Linghu Cottage, 2-in-1. Taoist King Mu asked Yang Zhao to meet him in the east of Licheng. The buildings in the east of Licheng are different from those in the south and north of the city. The buildings here are not adjacent to each other, and the distance between the two sides must be 70 to 80 meters. This makes the streets here particularly wide, which is in sharp contrast to the crowded areas in other urban areas. In Licheng, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, this is a very luxurious behavior. There is a small lake in the east of the city, and the meeting place agreed by Taoist King Mu is at Linghu Zhaozu. There are few pedestrians here, and the people who come and go are well dressed. When Yang Zhao arrived at Linghu Zhaozu, he was stopped by the waiter in the store. "Sir, our store only accepts familiar customers. May I ask you?" "Yang Zhao, I'm here to keep the appointment with Taoist King Mu." When the waiter heard what Yang Zhao said, he looked at Yang Zhao with a smile. "You are the rookie in cultivation. Please follow me." Yang Zhao followed the waiter to a private room facing the lake. She had thought she would see a monk in the private room, but it was not only empty, but there was no one there. "Little second brother, hasn't the King Mu Zenran come yet?" The guest misunderstood. Today, King Mu Zenran sent someone to bring a message to our store, asking the guest to stay here for a while. Yang Zhao blinked his eyes when he heard it. "Then can I use things like Cayenne Kaoxiang?" "Of course." Little second brother smiled slightly. "Even if you don't use those things, no one will dare to come here and act presumptuously. But even if no one dared to come in, she would be discovered if she went out." Little second brother seemed to see her doubts and pointed to the lake outside the window. "There is a passage into the lake under our store. If you want to avoid other people's sight, you can walk in the water." Yang Zhao took a look at the large lake and felt relieved. "Little second brother, I'll pay you for the room, and I'll lend you the passage to the lake." The second brother slowly raised a finger. "Master King Mu asked you to pay 100 taels, and then we will keep this room for you for a whole day, and serve you 2 tables of food at noon and at night, and light enough candles, so that no one will find that there is no one in the room." Yang Zhao suddenly realized, "Little second brother, why is your store so familiar with this kind of thing?" The second brother smiled. "Our boss decided it, and it has been very popular in Licheng since the day it was implemented." Yang Zhao blinked, took out 100 taels of silver from his arms, and handed it to the second brother, and then walked out of the house under the leadership of the second brother and walked down. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, in case the person who was following her reacted and asked someone to squat at other intersections. When Yang Zhao arrived at the place, he realized that walking through the lake was not swimming across, but walking in the true sense. A circular passage emerged from the bottom of the deep lake. Yang Zhao reached out and touched it, and found that there was no barrier between the air and the water. Our passage changes direction from time to time. Of course, if you have water repellent beads, you can go directly into the water and go in any direction. Water repellent beads. I have them. Yang Zhao took out the water repellent beads from her kayankan bag and flashed into the lake. She moved quickly in the water, found a remote place to go ashore, and then left without looking back. Sure enough, she didn't feel like she was being followed this time. Yang Zhao didn't go back to the inn she rented before, and she didn't want the deposit inside. She found an inn far away from the original one and lived there, and never went out again. She spent a few taels of silver and asked the second brother in the inn to take a small bean man's purse to the Northern Zhao United Chamber of Commerce to bring back Zhang He and their notebooks. Asked another second brother to buy her 2 sets of ready-made clothes for her. It has to be bright and attractive, with intricate patterns and bright colors, and also a pair of jewelry for me. As long as the money is used properly, many things will become efficient. In the afternoon, Yang Zhao had everything he wanted. A light red dress and a set of coral and pearl jewelry cost Yang Zhao more than 60 taels of silver. After eating in the inn, Yang Zhao went into the room, took out the messenger, and found the previous help post. In less than a day, many people below were asking Yang Zhao if he had gotten rid of the surveillance. I'm in Lijiang, and someone is following me. What should I do? 100 taels of silver. Cultivation rookie. With the help of Master King Mu, I have temporarily shaken off the malicious surveillance. Hi. Cultivation rookie. Master King Mu, I have already given the 100 taels of silver to the waiter in the store. Yang Zhao Prefecture student Shan. Cultivation rookie. How did you get rid of the trouble? Did Master King Mu find out the people who were following you? Yang Zhao Prefecture student Shan. Oh, the little human faces at the back are so smart. Can you teach me how to use them? Fu Yaojin. It is also possible that Master King Mu personally showed up and used magic to hide the whereabouts of the cultivation rookie. Also asking how to deal with the 3 little human faces waving their hands. Cultivation rookie. I didn't see Senior King Mu today. Those 3 little faces are emoticons, which are spelled out with words bit by bit, such as Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. Well, the cultivation rookie gave the silver to the waiter in the store. I think it is very likely that he went to Linghu Zhaozu. Walking from there is similar to entering Lijiang Prefecture. King Mu Zenren. I see. I'm glad you're okay. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. I hope the cultivation rookie can teach me how to use it. I can spend silver. Cultivation rookie. No silver. I'll open a new thread later. Mu Fangaiu. If you don't understand, just ask. What is Linghu Zhaozu? Hu Yun from Huanggang Prefecture. I don't understand either. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. Well, it was set up by a young master from a prominent family in Lijiang. At first, it was just a small restaurant overlooking the lake. The young master changed the rules after taking over a few years ago. Now, in addition to food, the restaurant also helps people escape surveillance. Mu Fangaiu. Well, is the public security in Lijiang so bad? Are people under surveillance every day? Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. There are very few such cases for rookies. I remember the most serious one was when a young master from a family fell in love with a demon outside. When his wife found out, she made a big fuss and then sent people to follow him all day long. Xian from Yang Zhao Prefecture. Then what happened? Fu Yaojin. Xian, you learned so quickly. Then what happened? I'm also very curious about what happened next. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. From then on, the young master went to Linghu Cottage every day and no longer went to see the demon. Zhao Zenzin from Lijiang Prefecture. But who knew that a few months later, the demon walked into that family with a big belly. Zhao Zenzin, a student from Lijiang Prefecture. At that time, Linghu Zhaozu was almost overturned by that wife. Yang Zhao was stunned. It was outrageous. How could a human and a demon get pregnant? Wasn't there reproductive isolation? But she waited for a long time and found that those people had no reaction to the fact that the demon race had a human child. Cultivation rookie. I don't understand. So I ask, can the demon race get pregnant with human children? Mu Fangaiu. Those with close blood can, but those with distant blood can't. Mu Fangaiu. Zenzin. Then what? What other interesting things happened in Linghu Zhaozu? Tell us quickly. Then this help post became a gossip post of Linghu Zhaozu, and a group of people shouted to listen to gossip below. Yang Zhao also opened his mouth with great interest and waited for the melon to eat. After chasing for a long time, he remembered that he had another post to open. About how to post pictures on the messenger tool. Why? *covering mouth and laughing. cultivation rookie. This is an entertainment post, not a cultivation post, and there is no serious business. If you don't like it, it's none of my business. Hi SEN. In the past few days, Yang Zhao's free time, when she was meditating and practicing martial arts, was used to watch the gossip and Linghu cottage, and teach people how to use emoticons, which made her feel familiar with surfing the internet. When the agreed time for refining the elixir arrived, Yang Zhao went directly to Xinglao. The waiter in the store saw her arrive, greeted her with a smile, and took her to an empty table to sit down. "Guest, you are here early. The black-backed kite has not arrived yet. Please have some tea and wait." Yang Zhao ate snacks and waited. After a while, the black-backed kite flew into Xinglao with a small package. As soon as he saw her, the black-backed hawk happily used its sharp beak to tidy up its feathers. "Pretty girl, you came to wait for me so early." The young man skillfully grabbed the bird's beak and hugged the black-backed hawk and took out the details of the transaction a few days ago. After counting the pills, Yang Zhao quickly paid the silver, ignored the violent struggle of the black-backed hawk, and stepped out of Xinglao. Back to the inn, Yang Zhao thought about whether to leave the city now. If the people who followed him in the past 2 days did not give up, then the most likely thing would be to block people at the city gate. But Yang Zhao felt that this trick was useless because the daily flow of people in Lijiang was an astronomical number which could not be seen by the naked eye. But she was not sure if there was any means of cultivation that could quickly identify her. In fact, it would be best to go out of the city directly after leaving Linghu's Zhaozu that day. But her main purpose of coming to Lijiang was to buy pills. She had paid the silver, so she couldn't go back empty-handed. This amount of silver was not a small amount. Yang Zhao stayed in the inn for another 7 or 8 days, until Guo Fumin Qiang contacted her and told her that the rough outline of Yunnan Temple had been completed. Guo Fumin Qiang, now we can set up the formation to enter the Sujin Pagoda. When will you come back? Yang Zhao, I have to go to Chanzhou Prefecture to ask for help first. It will probably take a few days. How is Yunnan Temple? Have you encountered any troubles? Chapter 292, Aoki Masato. Guo Fumin Qiang. Of course there is trouble. We have not been able to pay wages to people during the 10 days you were away. Yang Zhao felt her head buzzing. She had indeed forgotten about the wages. If it were in their hometown, she would be a black-hearted foreman who owed wages to migrant workers and ran away with the money. Yang Zhao, then how did you solve it? Guo Fumin Qiang, the Taoist priest Shen Roi gave us a solution. He said that you have a sum of money with the Lord of Kangcheng. You can discuss it with him. Yang Zhao, I do have a sum of money temporarily stored with him. Did Lord Zeng give you the money? Guo Fumin Qiang, yes, otherwise I would have come to you a long time ago. Does it take so long to refine the elixir? Does it take a number of 66-36 days? In Chinese classical novels, Taishang Laojun had to gather 77-49 days to refine the elixir. Yang Zhao, no, I'm being followed, but I don't know who it is. Guo Fumin Qiang, is it dangerous? If so, you should stay in Lijiang. Let's ask Mr. Shen Sishan for help and see if we can borrow a master from him to escort you. Yang Zhao, it's not good to always ask him. It's better for me to pay for protection. It's all about paying money, so I don't have to pay for favors. Guo Fumin Qiang, your safety is the most important. Familiar people are always safer than strangers, but your opinion should be the first priority. Yang Zhao, then I'll find someone myself. If you owe too many favors, it will become a burden, and then it will be difficult to do business. Guo Fumin Qiang, if you encounter any danger, you must tell me, don't bear it alone. Yang Zhao thought for a while in the room, and decided to ask Zhang Yan for help. She took out the magic weapon to pass the order, and began to contact Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, what a rare guest. You haven't contacted me once since the competition. I thought you forgot about the formation plate. Yang Zhao, how is that possible? I have to make room for the formation plate. I have been building a house these days. I contacted you when the house was almost finished. Zhang Yan, where did you settle down? Yang Zhao, Kangcheng in Leiyuan Prefecture. I built a big yard on the Nanshan mountain outside the city. I will put the formation plate in the yard when the time comes. Zhang Yan, do you have no money? Yang Zhao, why do you think so? I have money. How can I build a big yard without money? How could she have no money? Besides, it was not her who paid for the construction of Yunnyang Temple. Zhang Yan, if you have money, why don't you put the array plate in the city? At least the city is safe, and there are fewer scoundrels making trouble. If you put the array plate outside the city, if someone has bad intentions, you can't even wait for the city lord's guards. Yang Zhao couldn't help blinking when she heard the news. This is indeed a problem, but she never thought of putting the array plate somewhere else from beginning to end. It's just because there is Master Shenroi on the South Mountain, who is Yang Zhao's biggest supporter in this world. Yang Zhao, I have an elder who lives on the South Mountain outside Kangcheng, so I plan to put the array plate there. Zhang Yan, okay, you have to think it over clearly. If you regret it, come to me again, and I will find someone to move the array plates to you. Yang Zhao, thank you very much. In addition to the array plate, I have another thing to trouble you this time. Zhang Yan, go ahead. Yang Zhao then told Zhang Yan about her being followed. Yang Zhao, although I have shaken off the person who is following me, I don't know if he is squatting at the city gate. Zhang Yan, do you know who he is? Why is he following you? Yang Zhao, it would be great if I knew, but I'm unsure, because I don't know. Yang Zhao has been thinking about many possibilities these days. One is that Liu Sheng offended someone so much that she ran away with her family, and Yang Zhao, who was just standing in front of his house, was affected. But this possibility cannot be thought about too much. The more you think about it, the more far-fetched it feels. The second is the purse of the Little Bean Man. At that time, 2 purses of the Little Bean Man were auctioned. One was bought by Shen Sishan, and the other disappeared. Maybe those people squatted at the door of Liu Sheng's house in order to find Yang Zhao, so they would not let her, a passerby, go. Zhang Yan, then where are you going after you leave Lijiang? Yang Zhao, your provincial school. Go to your provincial school to pick up the formation plate. Zhang Yan, why are you afraid that if you go back to Kangcheng directly, someone will target you? Yang Zhao, yes, go around in circles. There are only thieves who can steal for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Zhang Yan, then wait a moment, I'll ask. After Yang Zhao had a meal, Zhang Yan's magic weapon for sending messages came over. Zhang Yan, there is a teacher from Lijiang Prefecture School who is willing to escort you, but there is a condition. He wants you to bring a few people to enter the Sujin Pagoda. Yang Zhao, are you so sure that I can enter the Sujin Pagoda? Zhang Yan, because you don't want to hide it. How about it? Is this condition suitable? Yang Zhao, okay, but this matter cannot be widely publicized to me. Zhang Yan, I know, that gentleman is a teacher from Lijiang Prefecture School, King Mu Zenren. Yang Zhao, who? King Mu Zenren? Zhang Yan, yes, King Mu Zenren. How do you know him? She thought she had misheard the pronunciation, but she didn't expect it to be this pronunciation. Yang Zhao, maybe it's the same name. The person who helped me get rid of the stalker called himself King Mu Zenren. Zhang Yan, maybe this is the same person, and it's also the fate of the two of you. You can go to Lijiang Prefecture School tomorrow morning and report your name to find Zenren directly. No matter what, this bodyguard was found. Yang Zhao thanked Zhang Yan, and then the next morning, she went to Lijiang Prefecture School in the early spring. The gatekeeper of the prefectural school must have received the news. Yang Zhao let her in after introducing herself, and enthusiastically showed her the way. The prefectural school is quite big. If you can't find it according to the address I told you, just ask a student for directions. They all know it. Yang Zhao thanked the person, and began to look for someone in the prefectural school. Lijiang Prefectural School is more than twice as big as Huanglangang Prefectural School. It was really predicted by the gatekeeper. She got lost after walking around for the first time and couldn't find the location of King Mu Zenren. Fortunately, she had a good mouth and asked a student for help. When the student heard that they were looking for King Mu Zenren, he was very enthusiastic and personally took Yang Zhao to find him. When they arrived at the place, the student asked Yang Zhao to wait outside. He ran inside to report the news and soon invited her in. Yang Zhao entered the house and still couldn't find anyone around. He wanted to ask the students around him. As a result, he saw a small potted tree in the corner, opened its mouth to speak. Are you Yang Zhao, the heretic monk who stole the show in this competition? Yang Zhao opened his mouth and asked cautiously, are you King Muzenran? Chapter 293, Leaving Beijing. The small tree in the flower pot stretched out its branches and leaves, pulled out its roots, and turned into a handsome scholar. That's me. It's okay. Let's have a meal. You came early. Sit down. Why are you standing? As he said that, King Muzenran dismissed the student who led Yang Zhao here, summoned a teapot, and handed it to her, and put some tea leaves in it. Try it. This is the tea I stir-fried with my own leaves. It's good stuff. Thank you, Zenran. Yang Zhao took the teapot with both hands. The tea was still hot. She thanked him repeatedly, and poured tea for herself and King Muzenran. King Muzenran curled his lips and said, drink it yourself. I don't like this stuff. I always feel like I'm drinking my own bath water. The teacup that Yang Zhao had already brought to her mouth suddenly froze, not knowing whether to put it down or take a sip. Seeing her reaction, King Muzenran smiled. Drink it. My leaves are really good for you young people in the foundation building period. They can calm your mind and focus your spirit. Drinking them regularly can also strengthen your body. After drinking this cup of tea, I guarantee that you will be able to practice with half the effort today. Yang Zhao cracked a dry laugh and poured the tea at his mouth. As soon as the water entered his mouth, a faint bitter taste filled his mouth. The tea had no astringency, and after swallowing it, his lips and teeth felt refreshed. But Yang Zhao was reserved about things like calming down and focusing your mind. King Muzenran sat on the chair, grabbed a handful of small beetles from his sleeves, and threw them into his mouth one by one, as if he was eating melon seeds. You have also been followed by someone. I don't know what happened in Lijiang these days. Every day someone says that someone is following you. Yang Zhao quickly put down the tea. That should be me. I'm just a beginner in cultivation. King Muzenran Wen'an paused in his movements and looked at Yang Zhao with a hint of confusion. Why don't you call yourself a rookie? Well, I just made it up. Yang Zhao raised her teacup awkwardly and took another sip. King Muzenran saw her discomfort and resumed his rhythm of eating melon seeds. Tell me, how did you get into trouble? There was nothing to hide about this matter, so she told him in detail what happened a few days ago. You can find out whether you have a close relationship with Liu Sheng by spending 2 silver coins to ask the neighbors of Liu Sheng's family. When she finished speaking, King Muzenran had almost eaten the handful of small beetles in his hand. Seeing how persistent they are towards you, I guess they are coming for you. The reason why they don't come out to meet you, no matter how you call them, they probably don't have any good intentions. I guess they want to go out of the city to block you. If they let you meet and then report to the government, they will have concerns before taking action. Yang Zhao nodded silently. She felt that this was what she meant. King Muzenran took out a handful of hairless soft worms from his sleeves and ate them as sweetly as soft candy. Then why didn't you leave on the day you went to Ling Huzaozu a few days ago? That day was the best time to leave and catch them off guard. Yang Zhao did not hide it. Buying elixirs was not something shameful. Senior, you don't know that I went to Beijing this time to ask the alchemist to make this batch of elixirs. The elixirs were not ready when I went to Ling Huzaozu. If I left early, I would not receive the elixirs, and the alchemist would not receive the remaining silver. And I'm afraid they have already arranged people at the city gate, waiting for me to leave Beijing. Although Lijiang is a place of good deeds, there are also many beggars and idlers. It doesn't cost much money to let them guard the city gate with portraits for a day. You've thought right. The reward I want for escorting you out of the capital this time is to let my students see the Sujin Pagoda, you know. After eating a handful of hairless soft worms, King Muzenran took out a handful of colorful worm pupae and started eating. Yang Zhao's eyes couldn't help but stare at the handful of worms, but he felt that it was too rude, so he forcefully moved his eyes away. Yes, Zhang Yan has told me, but he didn't say how many people he would bring. I heard the teacher of Yang Zhao Prefecture School boast that the children you introduced to the Sujin Pagoda climbed higher towers. I don't know if it's true or not. Are you drinking tea? Why do you want to taste this little snack in my hand? Seeing the curiosity in Yang Zhao's eyes, Zenran Kingmu was about to reach into his pocket again. No, I only eat cooked worms. I don't eat this kind of live ones. As soon as the words came out, Yang Zhao wanted to slap himself twice. He really dared to say anything. How can you live a sweet life? You humans don't know how to enjoy life. I'll find you a handful of food that everyone can eat. You can eat it with tea. King Mu Zenran took out a handful of flesh worms from his sleeves, summoned a small fireball, and roasted the worms until they were fragrant. He then used his spiritual power to find a small plate in the house, put the roasted flesh worms on it, and handed it to Yang Zhao. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and the main feature was speed and convenience. Try it. My skill in cooking insects is the best in the prefectural school. Looking at King Mu Zenran's face full of encouragement, Yang Zhao couldn't spit out the words of refusal in her mouth, and could only force a stiff smile to take the small plate. She didn't expect King Mu Zenran to act so quickly. He was stunned for a few seconds, and forgot to stop him. She came here to ask for help, and she couldn't let down the other party's kindness because of a plate of insects. Senior King Mu, you are so polite. Facing the other party's impolite look, Yang Zhao picked up the smallest cooked insect and put it in his mouth. Hey, it actually tastes like seafood, but the meat is a little soft, but it's still delicious. The expression on Yang Zhao's face became natural. Is it delicious? This kind of insect is hard to find now. I found this insect seedling in Junzhao Lake and raised it myself. Looking at Yang Zhao's appearance, King Mu Zenran looked very proud. There are only 10 of us entering the Sujin Pagoda this time. I will take these 10 students with you to the Chanzhou Prefecture School so that we can communicate with the students there. Swallowing the meat residue in his mouth, Yang Zhao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Senior King Mu, can you please walk with me one after the other when we leave the city? King Mu Zenran summoned a small water ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Why, you want to lure out that group of Zhao? Aren't you afraid of an accident? Yes, but there is only a thief who steals for 1,000 days, and there is no one who guards against thieves for 1,000 days. I must know who I have offended, so as not to be worried every day. Yang Zhao's eyes were firm. If I go with the senior, the other party will definitely not dare to act rashly under the name of Lijiang Prefecture School. As expected, he is a person who has fought with the giant and stage of the Sujin clan in the competition, so he has some confidence in his words. Master King Mu summoned another water bowl to wash his hands, and then threw the water ball into the flower pot in the corner. Okay, when the time comes, you go before I go, and I go after you. I will protect your safety. Yang Zhao, thank you, Senior King Mu, for not bothering me. When someone comes, I will throw a big fireball into the sky. Fireballs are troublesome. Master King Mu took out a small insect with a green shell from his sleeve and put it on the table. You walk in front and take the green shell insect with you. If you encounter danger, it will contact me. The green shell insect shook its long antennae and crawled straight towards Yang Zhao, then flew to Yang Zhao's shoulder and lay there motionless. When do you plan to leave? Yang Zhao glanced at the green shell insect on his shoulder. Of course, it depends on the senior's schedule. You can leave any day you want. It's better to leave early than late. Let's go tomorrow. Master King Mu made the decision on the spot. You leave from Dangcheng early tomorrow morning, and I will follow you from behind. Don't be afraid. You are in the foundation building stage. If the other party values you, it will be good to send you a golden elixir. You have experience in dealing with golden elixir. Then should I rent a spirit beast for transportation? According to her previous habits, Yang Zhao would rent a spirit beast when she went a long way, but now she was a little hesitant about this matter, mainly because she was afraid that the spirit beast would be affected. No need. Since you want to lure the snake out of its hole, do it thoroughly. The two discussed the matter, and Yang Zhao said goodbye to Master King Mu. Before leaving, King Mu Zenran stuffed a big bag of tea leaves into her arms enthusiastically. You will know the benefits of this if you drink it for a month. Yang Zhao waved her hand to refuse. Senior King Mu, you can keep such a good thing for yourself. You really don't have to be so polite. King Mu Zenran forcefully stuffed the tea leaves into her arms. This is my reward for you. My 10 students want to enter the Sujin Pagoda. How can they enter for free? Yang Zhao, but, we clearly agreed. King Mu Zenran smiled cunningly. I will bribe you first. If my 10 students have good gains in the Sujin Pagoda, then I, as a teacher, cannot favor one over the other. The other students will also trouble you. Don't worry, I will let them take the silver when the time comes. If you don't want the silver, you can take the spiritual plants. Anyway, I won't let you suffer any loss. With the heart of a good teacher, Yang Zhao couldn't refuse, and walked out of the gate of the school with the tea leaves. The next morning, Yang Zhao asked her second brother to find a woman who knew how to dress up, and asked her to dress herself up with the pearl and coral jewelry. Then she put on the newly bought dress, checked out of the inn, rented a beast cart and headed straight for the east gate. As soon as she left the city gate, the green shell insect on her shoulder spoke the voice of King Mu Zenran. Go with peace of mind, I'll follow you. Senior King Mu, I haven't been to Chanzhou Prefecture. Which direction should I go now? Just turn left and fly straight. Looking at the bustling crowd at the city gate, Yang Zhao waved her sleeves and flew into the sky. Just a few hundred meters away, the feeling of being followed came back to her. She looked up and down, left and right, and didn't find anything eye-catching. The green shell insect cleaned its wings with its hind legs. Don't worry, you are so close to the city gate now, they won't mess around here. Yang Zhao nodded and continued to fly forward with the green shell insect. Chapter 294, Meet Old Friends Again. The hem of spring brushed across the earth, and young buds sprouted on the vast mountains and rivers. Yang Zhao flew in the sky against the cold wind, and Lighting behind her became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Under her feet, she could see scattered villages scattered in the wilderness and mountains. She was afraid of being affected, so she flew to a remote place all the way. The feeling of being watched was like a maggot attached to her bones, but she looked around and didn't see the other party. After flying for more than half an hour, the green shell insect on Yang Zhao's shoulder spoke. Don't fly. She subconsciously wanted to stop, but the effect of inertia made Yang Zhao slide forward for a distance. Yang Zhao felt that she had hit a transparent wall. She quickly retreated, but she was like a small insect stuck on a spider web, stuck to the transparent wall and couldn't move. She used her spiritual power to struggle hard, but still couldn't get away. Yang Zhao moved his fingers slightly and directly summoned a big fireball to hit the unknown object behind him. Unfortunately, the big fireball went out with a puff. When Yang Zhao wanted to make another move, he felt that the spiritual power in his body was like a flood that had been unloaded from the dam. Don't struggle so hard. If you, a little girl, break free, I, Yesha, will lose face. Yang Zhao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gray-skinned man standing in the clouds not far away, looking at her. It seemed that the man was waiting in front, hiding in the clouds, avoiding Yang Zhao's sight. Yang Zhao struggled hard again, but still couldn't move at all. I see that you look unfamiliar, and I don't think I have offended you. Why are you setting an ambush here to catch me? Are you sick in the brain? Yesha's smiling face suddenly turned cold. You are now the fish on the chopping board, and you still have the mood to scold me? He pinched a seal with one hand, and the clear sky cracked, and a lightning bolt fell, and hit Yang Zhao directly. Yang Zhao trembled all over from the electric shock, but his expression did not change. After all, she and Pain have been old friends since they started practicing. The two sides have known each other well, after getting along with each other every day. Oh, you are too weak to even strike a thunderbolt. It seems that not only your brain is not good, but your cultivation is not very good either. Little girl, you are sharp-tongued. Today, your grandfather will definitely break your teeth one by one. Yesha's face was full of anger. He stretched out his hand and took out a long sword and flew over. Who knew that Yang Zhao was not anxious yet, and the others hiding in the dark were anxious. A girl in a blue and white dress flew out of the forest below and flashed between Yang Zhao and Yesha. Wait a minute, Senior Yi, we are here to invite people today, and it is not appropriate to make enemies. Invite people. When I subdue her, then naturally she will do whatever I say. Why would I need to invite her? Yesha said ruthlessly, but his forward movement stopped. Yang Zhao ignored the girl in the blue and white dress and continued to provoke Yesha. Hey, what are you convinced of? Why should I be convinced by you? You caught me with a trap, and I still want you to say I'm convinced. You are really a little bit sick in your head. That bitch. Yesha raised his sword and passed the woman in the middle and rushed towards Yang Zhao. When the woman saw this scene, she hurriedly threw out a ribbon to stop Yesha, fearing that he would kill Yang Zhao with a sword in an impulsive manner. Senior Yi, calm down, calm down. Business is important. There is no need to be angry about this. Then the woman turned around and scolded, Yang Zhao, do you really want to lose an arm or a leg? Liu Sheng, do you still remember that we signed a written contract? We agreed at that time that no matter whether Juntao Lake succeeds or not, you will not trouble me. Yang Zhao sneered, now you are troublesome to me again and again. Do you think that law is just a decoration? The woman in the blue and white dress is Liu Sheng, who moved away with his family. Yang Zhao, you misunderstood me today. I'm not here to cause trouble to you. I want to share a great opportunity with you. Yang Zhao looked at Liu Sheng as if he was an idiot. Looking at your attitude, is there any fool who would believe the opportunity you said? The night shark over there wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Liu Sheng. How could no one believe it? I said that the opportunity is a great opportunity. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 months. You see, I have already established my foundation and have the same cultivation level as you. Don't you want to know how I cultivated in the past 2 months? Yang Zhao simply shook his head. No, cheap things are not good, and good things are not cheap. What good things can 2 months of foundation building be? The fastest foundation building is the one that takes 100 days. You haven't even reached the 100 days, and you know how watered your foundation is. I guess you can't reach the golden elixir. Liu Sheng heard this, but he had a smug expression. How could I not be able to ascend? That great opportunity can not only allow me to ascend to the golden elixir stage, it can even allow me to ascend to the divine throne. I was just worried about the trouble I caused you a few days ago. I just found a great opportunity and thought of you. I'm not curious, and I'm not greedy. Even if that opportunity is the sky viewing mirror, I don't want it. Yang Zhao, don't think I'm lying to you. This divine throne does exist. When you and I get there, I'll tell you in detail, and then you'll change your mind. Liu Sheng turned around and said to Yisha politely, Senior, if you think her words are unpleasant, shut her mouth, and let's take her away. Chapter 295, Worthless God. After the two men discussed, Yesha made hand gestures, and the transparent object stuck in front of Yang Zhao slowly emerged. It was a blue wall with a wooden texture. Many rope-like things stretched out from the wall and tied Yang Zhao tightly. The green shell insect on his shoulder had already drilled into Yang Zhao's complicated hair. The thin voice reached Yang Zhao's ears, and there was a sense of floating. Yang Zhao, I can rescue you now, so you don't have to suffer later. Hearing this, Yang Zhao shouted loudly to Liu Sheng and the others, don't you have the court's laws in your eyes? Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the government for kidnapping me? Yesha showed a ferocious expression on his face. Who said I kidnapped you? Who saw it? Even if I killed you and buried you on the spot, would anyone still speak for you? Do you think you are a young lady from a foreign sect? You are like a lonely ghost. If you dare to speak, the court will shut up the government. He said this impolitely, but it was indeed the truth. A heretic cultivator died quietly, so what? If no one reports it, how can the government know about it? But what Yang Zhao wants now is that someone reports it. I say, Liu Sheng, your family has lived in Lijiang for generations. If you do this today and are discovered, you will have no place to stand in Lijiang, or even the entire Great Zhao. Have you become separated from the crowd after practicing Taoism? Liu Sheng on the side didn't care about Yang Zhao's threat. I just invited you, not kidnapped you. How could the government not accommodate me? Besides, when you know the great opportunity I brought you, how can you bear to go to the government to sue me? Liu Sheng turned to Yesha and suggested, Senior, let's go. Master and the others should be waiting anxiously. Okay. Yesha moved his fingers slightly, and the blue wall suddenly folded into a square, trapping Yang Zhao inside the square. This way, outsiders can't see her, and outsiders can't hear her talking, saving trouble. Yang Zhao was trapped in the darkness, and the green shell insect on his head crawled out of his hair, and a faint green light emerged from it. Yang Zhao, the reason you don't want to be rescued now is that you want me to report to the government office? Yang Zhao nodded and lowered his voice to talk to King Mu Zenran. Although Yesha said that her voice could not be heard outside, Yang Zhao didn't dare to guarantee that the other party was not fooling him. Senior King Mu, since they dare to do this illegal thing, they must bear the consequences of breaking the law. Can you trouble the senior to go to the government office? You don't have to hold it in. Even if his magic weapon doesn't work, I also use the green shell insect to cast a silent spell around you. If you speak loudly, the other party can't hear it. King Mu Zenran thought for a while, and agreed to her request. Since you have made a decision, I will send a student to the government office to report the case, and then I will lead those Yamen runners to rescue you. Seeing that King Mu Zenran didn't mind the trouble, Yang Zhao's heart was relieved. Thank you, Senior King Mu. Her original plan was to let King Mu Zenran come forward after being intercepted, and use his identity as a teacher of Lijiang Prefecture to intimidate those people, so that they would be a little cautious about her. But who knew that something went wrong in the middle, and there was actually an acquaintance who wanted to kidnap her, Liu Sheng. After listening to the conversation between Yesha and Liu Sheng, she knew that these two people must have taken some evil ways to practice, and there were accomplices behind them. This sneaky action must be no good for her. If it doesn't work this time, she will probably be entangled again when she returns to Lijiang in the future. That's really annoying. Yang Zhao can't let a great senior protect her safety all the time. She can only think of ways to solve the problem to the greatest extent. After thinking about it, the best way is to call the police, that is, to report the case to the government office here. If these two people are caught in the act, then they will be sentenced according to the law, and Yang Zhao will be safer. If these two people are not caught and run away, then they will also have a case filed in the government office. With Yang Zhao's experience dealing with the Yamen these days, the information she recorded in Kangcheng was clearly known to the Huanggang Yamen and the Lijiang Yamen. After this incident, it is estimated that all local Yamen in the entire Great Zhao will be informed that the two are fugitives. Their scope of action in the future will be compressed, and then the two will have a hard time in the cities, where there are Yamen in the Great Zhao. The enemy's lack of freedom is Yang Zhao's freedom. The reasonable use of legal weapons to protect oneself is the most important thing Yang Zhao learned during school. In the dark, except for the light on the green shell insect, she could only hear Liu Sheng's compliments to Yesha outside. Senior Yi is still thoughtful. The wonder of the magic weapon in your hand really opened my eyes. Yesha seemed very happy to hear this, with a bit of complacency in his tone, but he did not forget to paint a rosy picture for Liu Sheng. Hey, what's the big deal? I got this magic weapon by doing meritorious service. If this little girl is really useful this time, then you have also done a great deed. It will be easy to choose a handy magic weapon then. The sedan chair was carried by everyone, and Liu Sheng could not let this word fall. It is still the senior who has made great contributions. I just provided a clue. This and the blocking of people were arranged by Senior Yi. If it were not for your rich experience, I'm afraid that she would have been lost on the day she entered the Linghu's Isles. Are you sure that there is really no backer behind her? The Linghu's Isles is not a place that anyone can enter. You promised me a few days ago that you knew who let her in, and that person would not help this little bitch. That's why I robbed her today. Yesha's voice became gloomy as he spoke. If she really has such a backer, then you are providing false clues. At that time, let alone doing meritorious service, you may not be able to keep your current cultivation. Liu Sheng's voice was full of confidence. Senior Yi, I would never fool you, not to mention my master is here. Besides, even if she has a backer, my master has instructed me to bring her back. She is just a little cultivator from another sect. She has no relatives or friends in Lijiang. She hasn't even learned the most basic spells. I guess the reason she was able to go to Linghu Cottage is related to the other purse that was sold. Do you know who has the other purse? Yisha's words were filled with some interest. I know. After buying it, that person asked me to draw a portrait of Yang Zhao, saying that he wanted to do business with those aliens in her hands. I asked around and found out that the other party was a merchant from Leoan Prefecture, or a big family in Leoan Prefecture. The reason why the merchant from Leoan Prefecture wanted to buy that purse was to trade with those aliens who were possessed by the Kyanji bean. Yang Zhao was a middleman. This middleman may have had some weight in the past 2 months, but now that 2 months have passed, the transactions between the two parties have been put on the right track, and this middleman can be kicked out. At this time, Yang Zhao lost herself, and the merchant was too happy to come to her. Who would come to her? Could it be those little bean people? After hearing this, not only Yesh nodded, but even Yang Zhao in the dark nodded. The originally quiet green shell insect also came to his senses at this time. I see. After hearing what the little girl said, I can guess who is robbing you. The spiritual power in Yang Zhao's body was still flowing out along the rope, and no matter how she tried to stop it, it was in vain. Yang Zhao simply ignored it and focused on talking to King Mu and others. Oh, senior, do you know anything about this? The green insect flapped its wings and returned to Yang Zhao's shoulder. I heard from a few ears that there are so many non-Buddhist cultivators. They can't pass the entrance exam to the government school and it's difficult to practice Taoism. In order to improve their own cultivation, some of them will go astray. Yang Zhao, what kind of astray? Well, the easiest way is to pretend to be a god. Didn't you hear that little girl say that she built her foundation in 2 months? The biggest possibility is that she became a messenger of a certain god. Yang Zhao was a little puzzled when he heard this. A messenger of a god has built his foundation? Then this god is too stingy. Master King Mu said a possibility faintly. What if the cultivation of this god itself is only China nor Yuanying? Chapter 296. Deceptive Tricks. Is it so easy to be a god? Can a golden elixir be a god? In the darkness, King Mu Zenran asked a question out of the blue. Have you been to a remote rural area? No, I've been wandering around in the city. Since Yang Zhao came here, she has never thought about going to the countryside. Even on the day she first came here, Yang Zhao hid in every village. Because her life experience of more than 20 years has told her that the more affluent a place is, the better the security environment is. Human beings know etiquette when they have enough food. If you meet someone who is about to starve to death, he may want to eat you. And if someone has a little food, he may want a woman to give birth to a child. The difference between the two is the difference between life and death. Many people living in remote villages may never go to the city in their lifetime. The influence of the government there is diluted to the lowest level. Hundreds of years ago, some monks who took the side road would go there to pretend to be gods and trick people into paying homage. King Mu Zenran told the stories in those corners in the darkness. But it's not that easy to collect incense. It requires a large number of devotees, so there are often wild gods in the mountains fighting each other for devotees, and the devotees who believe in them also dislike each other and often fight. Yang Zhao listened quietly, and the more he listened, the more familiar this routine seemed to him. Do they often organize wars between gods? Not often. After all, there are few people in the mountain villages, and the devotees can't stand the tossing. But once they start to toss, it is often a tragedy that destroys the village, and sometimes even some smaller cities will be affected. Later, after the court stabilized, it made the fight against wild gods a necessary condition for the promotion of officials. After that, the wild gods in the mountains that were once so powerful gradually disappeared. Yang Zhao also understood what King Mu Zenran meant. Senior, do you mean that Liu Sheng and others are this kind of wild gods? Almost, but there are some differences from the previous ones. This time they are interested in the alien visitors in your hands. King Mu Zenran's tone was full of surprise. Yang Zhao, when you get in front of them later, put away your temper and delay a little more. This is a great political achievement. As long as you can keep the other party steady, you will definitely get some benefits. Just to brush up your political achievements? Senior King Mu, do you have relatives or friends serving as officials nearby? Although I don't have relatives or friends, I have students. You don't know that it is so difficult for officials to be promoted now. When they just graduated from the prefecture school, they were like tender grass that had just poked its head out. They were so beautiful. King Mu Zenran's tone was full of sighs. As a result, their faces are like old tree bark and they haven't been promoted a few steps. I feel anxious for them when I see them. Yang Zhao agreed happily. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to delay time. But what if the other party doesn't talk to me and force me? I will definitely put your safety first. If that happens, we won't wait for anyone. I will rescue you directly. Yang Zhao felt more at ease after getting the assurance from King Muzenran. She was afraid that King Muzenran, as a teacher, would leave her there and ignore her in order to save achievements for his students. After a while, King Muzenran started to discuss with Yang Zhao. They should be arriving soon. Next, it's hard to follow the green shell beetle. After all, it's their territory. Do you want to open your mouth and swallow the green shell beetle? Yang Zhao's mouth twitched. Swallow it alive. Of course, if the green shell beetle dies, I can't contact you through it. If there is an emergency on your side, I won't know it. King Muzenran's tone was natural. Don't worry, this green shell beetle is a male. So cute. It won't lay eggs in your body. How can you tell whether a bug is male or female? Even if it won't lay eggs, it's disgusting to have a live bug in your stomach. Okay. Yang Zhao stared at the glowing green shell beetle on his shoulder with some fear. Senior, is there no other way? No, you are trapped. I have no other means. Send it in quietly. If I had known this, I would have planted a beast tendon grass on you. That thing is more cute in your human eyes. Well, no need. That beast tendon grass has grown on Yang Zhao's body before. Although it is not disgusting, but normal people will easily lose their scent value when they see it. Well, he is really a male insect, right? I raise him. How can I not know? Don't worry, it's like swallowing a pill. When it enters your mouth, you have to be quick. If it arrives in the place, you will not be able to move. Yang Zhao bit his back teeth and closed his eyes. Then Senior, let it in. After saying that, she opened her mouth and waited. She felt a breeze brushing against her lips, and a smooth and slightly cool thing fell on the root of her tongue. Yang Zhao subconsciously moved his throat, and the little insect slid smoothly into the esophagus and into the stomach. She opened her eyes, pursed her lips, and waited quietly for a while, but she didn't hear any strange noises in her stomach. Senior, can you hear me? A muffled voice came from the lower part of Yang Zhao's chest. Yes, but don't talk, they have already taken you down. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a little numb about the sound coming out of her stomach. Especially when she was in the dark. All kinds of ghost movies she had seen in the past came out of her mind. Fortunately, Liu Sheng and the others didn't let Yang Zhao think too much. She only felt a shock under her body, and then the dazzling light made her close her eyes. In a trance, she heard a strange voice. He bei ri, yu shen guang. This was Liu Sheng's words. It seems that these two sentences are the code between them. Then she heard a crackling sound, and Yang Zhao forced her eyes open, and found that there was a big mountain in front of her, but there was a big door on this mountain with green grass. The crackling sound was the sound of the door opening. As soon as the door opened a crack, Yesha carried Yang Zhao and slipped in. Liu Sheng looked back and looked around, then slipped in. Then there was another click, and this real mountain gate closed again. Yang Zhao originally thought that there would be a cave inside, but who knew that this mountain gate was actually another paradise. The temperature here is obviously much higher than outside, and the grass is more lush than outside. There is a square temple inside, and various murals of gods are carved on the walls. The whole temple is built in golden splendor, and it is eye-catching under the sunlight. Walking further in, Yang Zhao can see several statues of gods sitting high on the altar in the house. They have compassionate faces, and there is a ray of light between their eyebrows. People can tell at a glance that this thing must be expensive. This is the first time she has seen a statue of a god since she came here, and it is a statue of a god that is worshipped. Seeing that Yang Zhao's eyes are fixed on the statue, Liu Sheng's face is even more proud. See, the light on the forehead of the statue is incense. As long as a cultivator has this thing, his cultivation will advance as naturally as eating and drinking. Look at me, I built my foundation in 2 months. This speed is one of the best in the entire cultivation world. If someone who has never seen what incense looks like hears her say this, he may really be deceived by Liu Sheng. But Yang Zhao is different. She has seen what incense looks like, so she naturally knows that the light on the statue's head is probably a light bulb or something like that. This is the same principle as a lantern. As a registered disciple of a rural Taoist temple, Yang Zhao knows all the common tricks used in rural areas to deceive people into believing in religion. For example, bury beans under the statue, water it every day, and the beans will sprout, and push the statue out of the ground. For example, the head of the statue is hollowed out, and a small light bulb that can be remotely controlled is placed inside. When the sun is just right during the day and the room is a little dark, turn on the light. At that time, the light on the top of the statue will be very inconspicuous, and can only be seen clearly when people look carefully. At that time, the missionary said that only sincere believers can see the light. In a dim environment, the light must not be turned on, because the surrounding is dark, and the light bulb is more conspicuous, which makes it easy for people to find abnormalities. Another example is to write a spell with veterinary anti-inflammatory drugs, and give it to sick people to drink. Veterinary anti-inflammatory drugs are more potent than human anti-inflammatory drugs and work faster. Anti-inflammatory drugs can cure a wide range of diseases. Many minor diseases of rural people can be cured by taking anti-inflammatory drugs. After people take anti-inflammatory drugs and recover, the whole village will spread the news that this person's spell can cure all diseases. Another example is to prepare a rice bag, worship the gods every day for 7 consecutive days, and the rice in the rice bag will not be eaten up. In fact, someone does not sleep and scoops rice into the rice bag every night. Another example is that the little nephew of the second uncle's grandmother of her own aunt's family, the 8th uncle's family, the daughter-in-law's family, got cancer, and he cured himself without medicine because of his belief in God. In fact, when you really ask who this person is, no one can find this cancer patient. Seeing that Yang Zhao ignored her and looked at her with strange eyes, Liu Sheng was not angry and smiled again. I know that Miss Yang, you have some misunderstandings about me now. I'm a generous person and don't care about these things. When you meet my master later, you will know what a great opportunity I have given you. You are quite generous. Yang Zhao pulled the corner of his mouth. We will talk about the opportunity later. Who is this statue worshipping? You want to make a hole in the head of the statue. Does he agree? Yesha, who was standing quietly beside him, shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? It is the last day of this month. The monthly ticket will expire if it is not used. I have not been active in updating this month, but I still shamelessly come to ask for votes. Chapter 297. Delay. Seeing Yesha's unfriendly expression, Yang Zhao shut up tactfully and was carried forward by Yesha. They passed through the hall in front and came to a small courtyard. A little boy came up to greet them. He looked at Yang Zhao, who was carried curiously. Uncle Yi, you are back. The uncles and masters are waiting for you inside. Liu Sheng, who was following behind, politely called the little boy Brother Lu. Yesha nodded slightly at the little boy. Well, lead the way. Led by the little boy, they walked into a side hall. The side hall was very large, and there were 5 or 6 people sitting inside. The leader was a kind-looking old man with grey hair, wearing a plain gauze dress, and a calm expression with a sense of immortality. There were men and women sitting on both sides, all with charitable faces. After Yesha entered, he put Yang Zhao on the ground, saluted to the main seat first, and called him brother. Brother, I've lived up to your trust. I've brought this little girl back to you. Junior brother Yi, you've worked hard on this trip. Did you encounter any problems? No, don't worry, this time, everything will go smoothly. The people sitting on both sides stood up and greeted him. While greeting him as brother and junior brother, Liu Sheng was even more straightforward. She knelt down directly, kowtowed to the main seat, and then turned around and called the man sitting at the end of the seat master. After the two sides finished greeting, the old man in the main seat seemed to have just seen Yang Zhao in the side hall. Junior brother Yi, this is the little girl you went to invite. Why is she still tied with ropes? Untie her quickly. This girl is sharp-tongued. It takes a lot of scaring to make her behave. Yisha said, and without seeing him do anything, the rope on Yang Zhao's body automatically fell off and returned to his hand. When the rope was pulled down, Yang Zhao staggered and almost lost his seat. The main reason was that the rope was too vicious. It devoured her spiritual power. Now she was already exhausted. In addition, the rope was tied too tightly, and for a long time. Yang Zhao's blood was not flowing, and her whole body was numb. Now that she was suddenly freed from the restraint of the rope, she felt like she was a screen of an old-fashioned TV. She was sore and swollen and itchy. The old man in the lead looked at Yang Zhao with a smile. "What's your name, little girl? Where do you live? Don't you know my last name? You followed me in Lighting for more than 10 days, but you don't know my name. Isn't this a joke?" Yang Zhao pounded her arms and stomped her legs. The numbness and itchiness went straight to her head. "So you said that so many of you kidnapped me. What's the matter? I have to say this in advance. I don't have money, and I can't give you my life." Before the old man in the lead spoke, Yesha started to teach Yang Zhao a lesson. "You little bitch, you don't even open your eyes to see what kind of occasion this is. You dare to chew your teeth there. Do you really want to have a taste of my tricks? Oh, what are you saying? I was tied up by you, and I still have to flatter you with nice words. Am I a bitch?" Yang Zhao rolled his eyes without grace and continued to move his body here to get the blood flowing. "You." Yesha raised his eyebrows and wanted to rush up. Seeing this, the person sitting on the seat raised his hand slightly and made a disapproving sound. "Hey, you junior brother, you are so old. What's there to be angry with such a little girl?" This little girl is also angry because she was tied up and came here. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room shut up and listened quietly. "Little girl, I know you are angry with my junior brother Yi because he didn't treat you politely, but now you are at a disadvantage. Shouldn't you control your temper?" Yang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "People treat me politely, I will return the favor." He looked at Yang Zhao with a more kind look. "I know your last name is Yang, and your given name is Zhao. You didn't pass the entrance exam to the provincial school, so you became a foreign cultivator. After Liu Sheng became my junior brother's disciple, he said a lot about you in front of us. I'm talking about you. You are so young, but you have already established your foundation. You are also a genius in the cultivation world. It's a pity that the current court controls the cultivation world and can't let a genius like you enter the provincial school. It's a pity." His words smelled like green tea, and Yang Zhao couldn't suppress the strange expression on his face. "Although I have built my foundation, I'm not worthy of the word genius. You are putting such a high hat on my head. You are not afraid of breaking my neck. Besides, if you are a genius in cultivation, then Liu Sheng has been building his foundation for 2 months, which is a genius among geniuses." The old man smiled and shook his head. "What is worthy of this? She was able to build her foundation in 2 months thanks to the support of her master. You have built your foundation at such a young age, which is enough to show your aptitude for cultivation." Yang Zhao's expression became half believing and half doubting. "Then according to what you mean, my aptitude for cultivation is really not bad?" The old man's expression has always been very gentle. "How can it be bad? If you say that your aptitude is bad, then everyone in the entire cultivation world will be ashamed to come out and see people." As soon as he said this, Yang Zhao's face was filled with a bit of complacency. "I don't deserve such praise from the senior. I still have some self-knowledge." Seeing that her attitude softened, the old man smiled even more. "I'm also a person who loves and cherishes talents. When I heard Liu Sheng praise you so much, I couldn't help but want to see you in person. But my junior brother Yi is a rough man. His methods are a bit rough, but his heart is good." He pointed at Yisha standing next to him and said, "I have also experienced your teeth. If my junior brother didn't invite you sincerely, he would have taken action long ago with his violent temper. Why is he only threatening you verbally now? This man's eloquence is so sharp that he can make black into white." Yang Zhao's expression was a little relaxed. "Senior, this junior brother is your relative. You will definitely make up for him. I'm not against the person, but the matter. After spending more time with you, you will naturally know the temper of my junior brother Yi." The old man greeted the child named Lu. "Go, get a seat for Miss Yang. It's unreasonable to let such a distinguished guest stand." He waved to Yesha again. "Brother Yi, come and sit down too. Standing there all the time makes Miss Yang think you're going to hit someone." Yesha walked to an empty chair on the upper left and sat down. The child responded crisply and moved a stool over from the side. Yang Zhao was not polite and sat down openly. You are a person who does great things. This etiquette is much higher than someone else's. Yesha, who had just sat on the chair, almost stood up again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Continue to delay. But anyway, the atmosphere in the side hall became much more relaxed after Yang Zhao sat down. The old man looked at her with a talkative look, smiled and shook his head. You, little girl, don't suffer from your talkativeness. You are sure that my junior brother has a good temper. Even Yesha himself didn't believe what he said, but no one in the side hall refuted him, and they all laughed to join in the fun. After the laughter stopped, the old man looked at Yang Zhao and began to shake his head and sigh. Seeing him like this, Yang Zhao, who was sitting on the stool, looked like he didn't understand the situation. 1, 2. Seeing that Yang Zhao didn't respond, Liu Shengteng, who had been standing quietly behind his master, stood up suddenly. Uncle Master, what are you and I worried about? Why not speak it out so that we, the younger generation, can show our filial piety? I don't have any worries, but it's a pity for your friend. It's a pity that she has such amazing talent, but she has to waste her time and may not be able to form a golden elixir in this life. This is really a big loss for the cultivation world. It's a pity. His words were already pointing at Yang Zhao's nose, and Yang Zhao couldn't help but speak. Logically speaking, I'm also a guest. Can't a guest not have a cup of tea? Don't push it too far. It seems that this black-faced night shark is determined to be the boss. Before others say anything, he can't control his temper. Young Master Yi, don't be so impatient. Miss Yang said this. It makes sense. How can you not serve tea to guests when they come? Before the old man could speak again, the little boy quickly poured a cup of tea and brought it over, and even brought a plate of snacks. Yang Zhao took the tea, smelled the fragrance, and drank it slowly. With her interruption, the old man couldn't continue what he said before. He was reluctant to bring it up. Liu Sheng was a man with good eyesight. Seeing the side hall quiet down, he spoke to the old man. Master, you just said it was a pity that my friend would never be able to form a golden elixir in his life. What did you mean? The old man looked at Liu Sheng with admiration. Because your friend is really dedicated and hardworking. It's a pity that you are anxious, but she is not. Some people have clearly established their foundation before you, but they may have to watch you form a golden elixir in advance. Oh, does your disciple really have the opportunity to form a golden elixir? Yang Zhao didn't say anything, and the old man didn't say anything either. Her master saw the opportunity and spoke. Why don't you have a chance? You have good aptitude. Besides, you worship me as your master. Once a master, you are a father for life. Even if you can't form a golden elixir, I will use my secret method to let you form this golden elixir. Upon hearing this, Liu Sheng hurriedly thanked the master for his grace. Master, you are really my living parents. However, I have formed the elixir, but why can't Yang Zhao form the elixir? Didn't master say that her aptitude is among the best in the entire cultivation world? Humph, so what if she has good aptitude? She has no master and no resources. She doesn't know how to bow down to the true god in front of her. How can such a person form the elixir? The two people were talking lively, and Yang Zhao listened to the crosstalk and ate her snacks quietly. After a while, the plate was swept away by her. Seeing that the two people were about to finish talking, she just focused on eating, and Yesha stood up again to play the bad guy. Are you a glutton? Seeing that everyone in the room was looking at her with unfriendly faces, Yang Zhao knew that she had to open her mouth. It's already noon. I hadn't eaten yet when someone hijacked me. I'm eating a plate of snacks now, and you feel sorry for me. How can I expect you to help me form a pill? The way of cultivation cannot be greedy, impatient, or crooked. Although I'm a cultivator of the outside world, my heart for seeking the truth is righteous. The room was silent after hearing these words, but the old man sitting in the first seat laughed. Miss Yang, How do you know that our road is not the right way? Miss Yang, you haven't even seen how we walk this road. How do you know that our road is not the right way? Yang Zhao looked at the teacup in his hand with a faint expression. Although I haven't seen it, but you are sneaky in your actions. If a person does not act righteously, no matter how righteous he is, he will go astray. Go straight on the right way. Go straight on the right way. Ah, the young generation is really amazing now. The old man in the lead sighed and stood up. What you said does make sense. If a person always goes in the wrong direction, he will think the road is too long when he walks on the right path. You are young and have good aptitude. You have successfully established your foundation at a young age and have never experienced the pain of being trapped in a realm. You haven't tasted it, but I have. That kind of pain is like a little grass covered by the sky. Even if this little grass grows into a towering tree, it can't break out of the sky. You don't even know where to put your strength. You have wasted your time day by day, month by month, and year by year, and there is no light for you in the future. But I'm not reconciled. When I was as young as you, I was also a favored child of the world of cultivation. I established my foundation earlier than you. I established my foundation at the age of 14. Although I didn't get into the provincial school, everyone who saw me would brag about it. My perspective on things was the same as yours at that time. I know more of your principles than you do. But the world of cultivation emphasizes wealth, law, companions, and land. I'm not from an aristocratic family, so I have no wealth and land. I failed to pass the provincial school, so I also lost the law and companions. I have been stuck in the foundation building for more than 30 years. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and Yang Zhao was also moved. Alas, it is indeed not easy for you, old man, but I remember that the provincial school can take the exam every year. Have you never passed the exam in more than 30 years? The old man's face froze after hearing this. Not only did he look unhappy, but the faces of the cultivators sitting in the whole hall also looked unhappy. After all the cultivators sitting here did not pass the provincial school. If they passed, who would stay here? I suffered because of my low birth. If I was born in an aristocratic family, I would have been snatched away by those provincial schools, who were too picky and incompetent. When I was 14 years old, the old man strolled to the halls outside the door, where the statues of gods were enshrined. I think you are also a man with a clear mind. You have seen the scene outside, so you should know how we improve our cultivation. Yang Zhao saw that no one was adding tea to him, so he could only continue to play with the teacup in his hand. You didn't mean to hide it. Wild gods and wild sacrifices stole incense. Although I don't know how to use incense to improve cultivation, I know that this behavior is likely to attract a crackdown from the court. Maybe you guys have been targeted by officials of the court for a long time, but they want to keep your credit and show it to you when you are ready to be transferred. When Yang Zhao said this, everyone present looked a little uncertain. Yesha, who was sitting quietly, patted his chair and stood up. You don't need to scare us with the imperial court. We can't be scared by your words. I tell you that it's common for a cultivator to lose a person. How can the official uniform control you, a lonely ghost and an outsider cultivator like you? I didn't say that I reported it to the government office. Yang Zhao couldn't take the responsibility of complaining. What if these people were stimulated to go crazy and take his life at all costs? I just said that you'd despise the government office. I saw that the floor of the hall where the statues of gods are placed was dented by people kneeling. Do you dare to guarantee that no one in the government office knows about what you have done in all these years? We know. The old man raised his hand to suppress Yesha, who wanted to speak. It is because we know that we invited you here today. You are not stupid. You should know why we invited you. Yang Zhao raised his eyes and glanced at Liu Sheng, who was standing in the corner. I'm a foreign cultivator, and the most valuable things I have are those little beam people. What? You want to be the gods of these foreign visitors? Why not? It's easy for me to be a wild god in this mountain village, and I will be arrested by the government. But if I become a god from another world, the government will not care about me. The old man's sharp eyes stared at Yang Zhao. Don't you want to know how to gather incense? You should know that the matter of gathering incense can only be taught by the court after the students of the prefectural school become officials. If we foreign cultivators don't have anyone to guide us, we will never be able to gather incense in this life. Yang Zhao replied indifferently. Then how can you be sure that I will not be able to pass the entrance examination to the prefectural school? Even if you pass the examination, what can it do? Which of the officials in charge is not a son of aristocratic family? If you don't become the official in charge, it won't be your turn to receive the incense of the people. The old man's expression became more and more serious. There is a fixed number of people, and there is also a fixed number of incense offerings. We cultivators who crawled out of the soil are destined to be inferior to those children of aristocratic families. Now you have those alien guests in your hands. I have a way to gather incense offerings to improve your cultivation. We can cooperate and win together. We are not afraid of trouble from the government. Why don't you do such a good thing? Yang Zhao tapped the edge of the teacup with his fingers. You kidnapped me in a hurry. I guess Liu Sheng didn't tell you the whole news. What news? The old man asked in a deep voice. These alien guests in my hands have their own beliefs, and there are many gods among them. Yang Zhao looked at Liu Sheng with a bit of malice in his eyes. The alien guests who have the spare money to travel here can't be the ones who eat in the dirt. They have money and knowledge, so how can they easily believe in you gods who come in halfway? Besides, you are competing with the local gods for incense. What if the local genuine gods come to you? As soon as these words came out, the people sitting in the side hall looked at Liu Sheng with a bit of displeasure. Obviously, Liu Sheng did not tell these people the specific situation of the little bean people in detail. Liu Sheng, do you know about this situation? Liu Sheng raised his eyes tremblingly and glanced at the whole side hall. I'm not really sure, because those little bean people didn't talk to me, and I didn't know they had their own gods. I just had a vague guess, but it's hard to say it out loud. As soon as she heard this, she knew she was defending herself. Everyone sitting there was not a fool, so they naturally knew what this meant. Besides, we don't go to the other world to ask for incense. Let's let Yang Zhao bring 10,000 or 20,000 little bean people here, and we will preach to them here. The two worlds are so far apart. Can their gods fight for those 10,000 or 20,000 people? Even if they fight, there is the court there to support them, and there is no way they can find us. Although her words sounded a bit shameless, it was the truth. Even Yang Zhao thought this plan was feasible. The old man nodded in appreciation. You young people are really brave. Yang Zhao, what do you think of Liu Sheng's plan? Chapter 299, Happy May Day. The old man's words focused the eyes of the whole side hall on Yang Zhao. To be honest, I have been doing alien world tourism for many years, but there are only a few hundred alien world visitors who often come here to travel through me. Yang Zhao began to talk nonsense, which was 70% true and 30% false. 200 of them are in Junzhou Lake, which Liu Sheng knows, and more than 100 are in the Shen family in Leiyuan Prefecture. This matter was also handled by Liu Sheng. She asked for 10,000 or 20,000 Xiaodao people. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Yang Zhao played with the teacup and said while thinking. But I don't see what benefit I can get from this matter. Xiaodao people provide you with incense and help you break through the realm, but I have changed from a good citizen who abides by the law to a potential criminal in the court who has to shrink his head. Am I wronged? Yesha slapped the table and pointed his finger at Yang Zhao's nose. You little bitch, who are you talking about as the wanted criminal of the Imperial Court? I didn't name any names. Why are you so anxious? Yang Zhao was not afraid of him. He didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on the old man. The old man looked back at Yesha, and seeing Yesha sit down angrily, Yang Zhao continued to speak. Old sir, can you see what benefit I can get from this matter? I'm now in the prime of my life, young and vigorous. I haven't gone through the 30 years that you didn't have to endure to form a pill, nor have I been oppressed by those aristocratic families. So what? The old man looked at Yang Zhao indifferently. But if I get tempted now and get involved with you, I will be worried in the future. I don't follow the right path, but go the wrong way, and my path will definitely be in turmoil in the future. In this way, my path will most likely not go far. Miss Yang, don't you want to enjoy the incense with us at all? According to Liu Sheng's plan, the court may not come to us. It can be seen that the old man wants Yang Zhao to join them willingly. After all, if she is unwilling, she doesn't need to do anything else. She just needs to delay a little bean man that could have been deceived in 3 years and turn it into 5 or 10 years of talent. Except for herself, no one else will find out. Although the lifespan of a cultivator is long, these incense are not only for us. You can also get the help of incense. With the help of incense, Dan is within reach, and even becoming a god is hopeful. Your path will be open. How can you not go far? Yang Zhao pretended to think for a long time. I have been doing the alien world tour for so many years, and I only have a few hundred regular customers. 10 or 20,000 is an astronomical figure. Besides, although I have never been in contact with incense, I know that there are so many monks sitting here. Are 10 or 20,000 alien visitors really enough for you to share? If it is not enough, and you force me to find them, and I can't find them, what should I do? I think I can find alien visitors who can meet the incense needs of all of you by myself. After hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows, his indifferent expression eased, and he nodded with a smile. You little girl is stubborn. Alas, I have a good temper. Since you came in, I haven't said a harsh word. Maybe I gave you some other hope. As he spoke, the smile on his face became bigger. But I have a good temper. I want your sincerity to discuss with you. But if you can't be sincere, I can do it. You don't have a master and lack education. The court has made this society too peaceful. You have never experienced any danger. You lack the sense of awe when facing the seniors of cultivation. He turned around and sat in his chair, suppressed his smile, and his eyes returned to calmness. But you have to know that I always have ways to make you obey. This change was somewhat unexpected by Yang Zhao. She originally wanted to chat with these people, but she didn't expect this person to turn hostile. Senior, are you angry now? Because you, little girl, see things too clearly. I've been convinced by you. You really can't get any benefit from this matter. Since you can't get any benefit, you can't be willing. Since you are not willing, I won't bother to waste my breath. Brother, this little bitch is sharp-tongued. Leave her to me, and I will pull out all the thorns on her body one by one. Yisha's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and he stood up and wanted to take the responsibility for this matter. Brother Yi, you are joking. Your methods are too strong. Although this little girl is sharp-tongued, her body is soft and can't withstand your torture. A middle-aged woman in a green robe spoke. Brother, you should leave this little girl to me. You also know that my illusion can make the fake look real. If you let me train her for a month or 2, I will make sure she works for us obediently. Junior sister, you are joking. Your illusion skills are not good enough. If you let me train her for a month, this girl will either be a fool or a fool. You should give her to me. This time, it was a handsome young man who spoke. As the saying goes, heroes can't resist beautiful women. A little girl like her can't resist handsome men either. Originally, Yang Zhao didn't care too much about what he said before, but what the hell is the second half of his sentence? Although she looks good as a Taoist cultivator, is it necessary for her to use her appearance so well? TSK, senior brother who, if you want to find a furnace, go to the grass pile in the mountain cave. This is the person who provides us with visitors from other worlds. You have slept with him a few times, and he has become an adult. What can we expect from him? Just give him to me. Why can't you give him to me? My puppetry can subdue all disobedient masters. After using puppetry, how can the person who comes out be a human being? The people in this side hall started arguing for some reason. Everyone was arguing for the management of Yang Zhao. It seemed that in the process of taming Yang Zhao, great benefits could be brought. Yang Zhao was not worried at all that the target of the discussion was himself, but listened with great interest. In such a short time, she knew everything that the people in the whole side hall were best at. These people obviously did not take her seriously and did not care about her behavior of leaking secrets. But although these things were gossip to Yang Zhao, they were absolute frontline intelligence to the green shell insect in her stomach. Whether it was confidential or not was another matter. Yang Zhao was getting excited when the old man in the lead knocked on the table twice. The sound was barely audible in the noisy side hall, but it silenced everyone. I know what you mean. You all think that controlling Yang Zhao can earn more people. Judging from the expressions of the people in the side hall, the old man's words were right. But we have already agreed on this matter in advance. Liu Sheng provided the clues, and junior brother Yu took the risk. Yang Zhao, the little girl, must first be handed over to junior brother Yi and Liu Sheng's master, junior brother Wang. When they are out of options, others can join forces. This sentence was fair and just. Although the others looked stern, they did not speak up to argue. Liu Sheng's master, who had not spoken, stood up. Thank you, senior brother, for your righteous words. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Yisha also agreed with reserve. Senior brother, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter and will never take her life. He said it nicely, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Zhao was full of evil. The old man waved his hand with a gloomy look. Okay, thank you two brothers for your help. Take her away. Chapter 300, Fire. Looking at Yesha's slightly ferocious face, Yang Zhao stood up consciously. No need for you to tie me up. Can I walk by myself? No. Yesha took out a rope from his sleeve, raised his hand and the rope flew into the air, and tied her up in the blink of an eye. Yang Zhao struggled to get free but couldn't. This rope was different from the one that tied her up. This rope tied to her body did not devour her spiritual power, but was tied very tightly and could not be broken free. Yesha walked to Yang Zhao's side, picked her up, said goodbye to the elder in the first seat, and left the side hall with Liu Sheng and the others. After leaving the side hall, they took Yang Zhao and continued to walk back. After walking a few steps, they came to a small courtyard. There was a small tree growing in the courtyard. The leaves were blood red and the trunk was dark red. At first glance, it didn't look like a serious plant. Liu Sheng saw Yang Zhao staring at the tree and smiled and came over to persuade him. Do you see the color of the tree? It was watered with blood. We have a relationship. I advise you to give in as soon as possible to avoid suffering. Yang Zhao shifted his gaze to Liu Sheng and then looked away expressionlessly. Liu Sheng, who was originally proud, froze. Yang Zhao looked at the tree again and opened his mouth slowly. I say senior, if you don't do anything, I will really die. Her words made the other three people stunned. Yesha turned his head and looked at Yang Zhao fiercely. Don't play tricks, I tell you. Before he finished speaking, Yang Zhao's body suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Yesha narrowed his eyes due to the light and subconsciously threw Yang Zhao out. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that the small tree that was originally planted quietly in the ground had grown like crazy, and in a blink of an eye, it had filled the entire yard tightly. Yesha and the others were forced out of the yard, and Yang Zhao had already disappeared. Yesha raised his hand, and a long sword fell into his palm. Go and inform all the brothers that there are outsiders here. Liu Sheng's master offered a row of short swords, which seemed to be more than a dozen. No need to go, such a big scene will make everyone feel it. Then, he raised his hand, and the dozen short swords, with the sound of wind, twisted into the dark red branches. Which little kid entered my temple? Aren't you afraid that you can get in but not get out? The big tree shook its blood red branches awkwardly, not caring about the short swords chopping the tree. Temple. These rural wild gods are really getting more and more unpresentable now, alas. This voice sounded delicate, as if it was a child who had not grown up. Humph, you are so arrogant. The knife in Yesha's hand had grown to more than 4 or 5 meters long, and he chopped it down from top to bottom. Liu Sheng saw that the opportunity was not right, and ran forward in a flash. For a moment, the courtyard was covered with red leaves and broken branches. Before long, the ground of the whole courtyard was covered with a thick layer of broken branches and leaves. But Yesha and his men cut quickly, and the small tree grew fast. Basically, as soon as the branches fell, new buds sprouted over there. These buds grew vigorously, squeezing the paths for the weapons to move. The Wang junior brother felt that the space for his short sword to move was getting smaller and smaller, and he was getting more and more tired. No, use fire. The Wang junior brother pinched his fingers with one hand, recalled his dozen short swords, and took out a small bottle from his arms. He pulled out the stopper from the bottle mouth and shook his hand to throw out the liquid inside. I don't know what this liquid is, but with a boom, the unwarranted fire rose from the air and spread to the whole courtyard in an instant. If you look closely, you will find that the flames fell to the ground and even the soil on the ground was burning. Yesha was also busy putting his big knife back, pinched his hands, and a strong wind blew into the yard. The blazing flames, with the help of the wind, suddenly rose more than 10 meters high, illuminating Yesha and the other two. At this time, the old man in charge had already led people to fly over, and he glanced around. "Where is Yang Zhao?" Junior brother Wang answered briefly. "He was taken away by someone, and now I don't know where he is hiding." "What happened? Do you know how this person got in?" Yesha shook his head with some shame. "I'm sorry senior brother, I was too careless, and someone followed me, and I didn't know it. No wonder that little girl Yang Zhao is fearless. It turns out that there is a master behind her." The old man glared and pinched his fingers. Bursts of light emerged from his body, rising and falling like breathing, and after a moment, his eyebrows frowned, looking at the sea of fire in front of him. "This fire is useless. People are living well in this fire." This made junior brother Wang's face look a little ugly, and he took out a small bottle from his arms, opened it, and the black powder went into the fire with the wind. Suddenly, the fire changed from orange to bluish white. Night Shark summoned a strong wind to help the fire again, but who knew that this would burn the walls around the courtyard? But the old man still shook his head. He stood in the air, clasping his hands, and heard a loud clang in the distance, and a hall collapsed. Then a huge statue of the god enshrined in it walked out with its feet upright. It came directly to the outside of the courtyard and stepped into the blazing fire. Yang Zhao had been untied here, and the light at that time also pierced her eyes and made her eyes black. After a while, the noisy and white scene in front of her gradually became clear. At this time, she was sitting under a big tree. The tree grew halfway up a hillside. It had lush branches and leaves, and the trunk was so tall that two people could surround it. But she was sure that she had never seen this tree. "Senior King Mu, how did you bring me here?" The voice of King Mu Zenran sounded from Yang Zhao's abdomen. Earth and wood escape is actually escaping along the roots of the tree. The voice sounded a little creepy. "Thank you for saving me senior." Yang Zhao tried to negotiate with him. "Senior, since we are exposed, can you come out of my stomach?" King Mu Zenran was reluctant. "Why? I'm so useful in your stomach. I can make you shine when I want you to, and I can take you away when I want you to. It is very convenient. But the green shell beetle is in my stomach, and I always feel a little. Let's talk about it when you are safer." King Mu Zenran said a word to suppress Yang Zhao's nagging. "Look to the northwest, the fire is so fierce. There was no need to find the direction." Yang Zhao looked up and saw the raging fire. Soon, many people gathered outside the fire. Finally, after a while, she saw a hall collapsed, and a huge figure stood up and walked into the fire. "This thing looks a bit like a big robot. No one doubts that it can beat a person into a pulp with a slap." "Senior, is that big thing a puppet?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.